It's showtime. Let's go. It's showtime. At the perfect timing podcast. It's showtime. At the perfect timing podcast. It's showtime. Cause all we do is win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. All we do is win Wednesdays. Perfect Timing Podcast back with the blast. In and out with a dash. And you made it to the live stream on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. So excited today for another live stream. Oh man, Win Wednesday, Wild Wednesday. All we do is go wild. All we do is win Wednesday. Mega MAGA energy. Mega MAGA Wednesday energy. Mega MAGA Wednesday energy all the time, every time, perfect time. All the time, every time, perfect time. Mega MAGA energy. All we do is win Wednesdays. Double tap with the like button. I know you heard it. I know you heard the call. Let's go, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. Welcome. You made it. Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to YouTube. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. It's so important. Much love, peace, and respect to everybody who comes in, loves, and subscribes, hit the membership bell. Thank you to all the members. Don't forget to become a member to support the channel. Don't forget, when you subscribe to the channel, you're going to get a plus sign. Hit that plus sign. We got special prices on the memberships, y'all. We got memberships starting as low as a $1.99 for one time. Do you understand? You could become a member of the channel for less than it costs to feed a starving Somalian. Do y'all remember how much it costs to feed a starving Somalian? Ain't it close to March 17th? Double tap hit the like button. March 17th, TPS. All we do is win. Another win. Did y'all know that he got rid of the Haitian TPS? How many people even knew what TPS was? No more temporary protection. Double tap, hit the like button. No temporary protection for the Somalians. You know what I'm saying? So like I was saying, March 17th, 2026, Somalians out of here. You know, the other day, I was talking about ICE. I was talking about ICE and deportations, right? And what I said is it was a report on Tom Homan. Tom Homan's been finally getting his flowers. Double tap hit the like button on Tom Homan getting his flowers, man. He actually deserves his flowers. Going back to the Obama administration. All we do is win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. Tom Homan, going back to the Obama administration, been doing well, getting awards from the president, but Tom Homan recently been getting his flowers, right? Because the truth has been seen in Minnesota. Now, what caused people to start to see the truth? I've been seeing that social media has shifted. And it's so obvious to me that this was going to happen because I called it in 2025. But guys, have you noticed? Be honest, just tell me right now, leave a comment before, now, or in the chat. Have you noticed how sentiments have shifted on social media toward Democrats after these protests? Now, I said there was going to be no blue wave. There's actually a red wave. Now, I never discussed a red wave and the possibility of a red wave because we already hold the majority in the Senate and the House. We already have the presidency. But what I am seeing, and be honest now, on both sides, because you could be honest, if you're a Democrat and you want the Democrats to win in 2026, you could still be honest about what you're seeing on social media and what you're seeing in actual real life on the job every day at the grocery store. We are seeing a red wave. Let's start with the Latino, the Latinx, in Black America. In Black America, I am noticing a major shift. And I think Milo and Tucker Carlson called this out. I am noticing a major shift amongst black women. And a lot of political pundits understand that black women are the ones most often who decide to vote in the black community. We all saw during the Kamala Harris campaign where we saw black women put their sons out of the car if they would not vote for Kamala. Where we saw black women not talk to their husbands if they did not vote for Kamala. Are you noticing this red wave where I am noticing black women who have not, we have talked about these No King protests. We talked about the ICE out protests. Now you are playing with black women's children when you tell children not to go to school. So now black women are looking at the protests and they're looking at the fact that we had borders, right? Black women this is black women, minority women, and white women all over. There's happened to be, and I play videos from white women, black women, but just women, right? And women outnumber men in this country. Women are the majority of voters. And what I have noticed on social media is there is an uptick in women who are now identifying with conservative and Republican principles, and they have been forced to. They have been I play video of a woman taking her daughter out of school. She didn't even say whether she was Democrat or Republican. That was one thing people did not extrapolate from the video that I found as a conservative. I'm paying attention, right? I'm conservative. I want conservatives and Republicans to win in 2026. So my ear is to the ground. So when I see white women and black women start to make social media videos and it becomes trendy, double tap at the like button, like, share, subscribe, and it becomes a trending video, right? As a content creator, there are certain trends and arcs that people follow, right? In order to get views and likes and listeners. Now, it started off organically, right? Where you had women saying, I don't understand these ICE protests, right? When you saw people get unalived in Minnesota, you started to see, this is the facts of the matter. When a white woman lost her life in Minnesota, white women started to pay attention to the issue. That's just a fact of the matter. And then they did not like what they learned when they started to pay attention, right? And let me get back to my other point. What have you not seen in any of these protests? This is extremely valid. And I know my channel doesn't like when we discuss race, but we have to discuss race when it comes to politics because there's metrics. Now, what have we not seen in any of these protests? No Kings and ICE out protests. You haven't seen black women. I think it's purposely where you had those black women for Black Lives Matter going to that church. I think that was by design because they know the influence that black women and white women hold on the electorate. So they purposely got those black women to go into that church because they have been completely vacant. They have been absent from these protests. You have not heard the voices of black women siding with anti-ICE protests. You don't see them in front of hotels, right? Black women got to go to work. You don't see them banging. You don't see them blocking. Even in the Minnesota ICE Watch pamphlet, it said use white bodies. It said put white bodies. It is a reason you see white women and white men passing away at these ICE protests. But what I am noticing online and what I've always noticed, and I've been taking notes, there is a lack of black women at the protests. This is speaking to the red wave. I was telling you there was no blue wave from 2026. Now it's becoming obvious to everybody. Have you guys seen Jasmine Crockett's campaign basically stall out? I told you Jasmine Crockett was done. I told you, remember Donald Trump and The Apprentice? Jasmine Crockett is fired. All we do is win, win, win. If you came from MAGA, put your hands in the air, let them stay there. I said Jasmine Crockett, for all purposes, have been fired by Trump and Greg Abbott. That's just a fact. That was a fact. When those 5 seats, the reason those 5 seats were so important to Democrats is because Jasmine Crockett, one of their Democratic stars, held one of those 5 seats. When Greg Abbott won his Supreme Court challenge and legally redistricted the map in Texas, Jasmine Crockett was fired. Jasmine Crockett could no longer win and hold the 33rd district in South Dallas. She was forced to run for Senate in Texas. But what did I tell you when she launched her Senate campaign? We did our research. MAGA knows the climate. A lot of Democrats live in a fanciful Disney world. They don't believe in research, data, and metrics, right? But that's how politics work. That's why black women and how black women feel about the ICE protests matter in 2026 election. It does. It does. No matter what you want to say, it absolutely matters. And you will see it in the metrics, in the outvoting in 2026 and 2028, how these protests played against the Democrats. How these protests played against the Democrats, because there are single mothers who are facing brand new requirements from the big, beautiful bill. And those single mothers are not being distracted by the protests when $19 billion were fraudulently stolen, why they now have brand new requirements for WIC. Is everybody listening? This is what's when you go into the voting booth, because we're going to get the SAVE Act passed. No more mail-in ballots. You're going to have to present your ID and go into the voting booth. What's going to happen when women go into the voting booth is that they will be by themselves and they will be reminded of the fraud and the people who got a free ride, and how now the one big beautiful bill requires 80 hours a month. Now MAGA is restricting soda, and their kids like the fruit snacks, right? Their kids like an occasional soda and she can't afford it. But now EBT won't allow her to buy her children a snack, right? You can't buy any more sugary snacks, sugary soda. Her life has changed, but Somalians got billions of dollars and not received any punishment. So what I am saying to you is that there is a red wave. All we do is win Wednesday. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast. There is a red wave. And I didn't even know it. I said there would be no blue wave, but what I have seen on the interwebs is there is a red wave. Video after video after video of black women and women saying they are no longer identifying with liberals and Democrats. Have you seen the same thing? This is what I've seen day in and it's getting worse. And I think the Democrats are recognizing it. Today is one of those days. We got a great show, everybody. Double tap at the like button. We got jobs explosion. It's all we do is win Wednesdays. That's all we're going to do is win here. That's all we're going to do is win here. All we do is win Wednesdays. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. We having a great day today. We having a great day today. We having a obviously great day today. Double tap at the like button. And this is the best show on YouTube. Number one show for geopolitical debate and number one show for domestic debate. Come on in. Let's have a good time. If you want me to discuss any issue, drop it in a super chat, or you can hit the Cash App. Let me put my Cash App in the chat right now. Put my Cash App in the chat right now. I want to spread some positivity and love to everybody out there. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Positivity and love. This all we do is win Wednesday. If you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast back with the blast. And we going in. We got jobs explosion. All we going to do today is list Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo blues, giving Democrats the boo. We got so much wins. We got so much wins. We got jobs growing, jobs exploding. Jobs growth, jobs exploding out everywhere. This Trump economy, what can we say about this Trump economy, man? So excited about this Trump economy, man. How are you excited about? How you feel about this Trump economy? Double tap, hit the like button, everybody, man. Going in this morning, off the tip top, man. Off the tip top, man. Going in this morning, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Much love to everybody in the building, man. Let's have a fire show today, man. We're going to start off with 130,000 jobs being added, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. First Time Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash. Perfect timing. Let's go. Holy crap. Experts stunned after Trump economy doubles the expected job growth. At a whopping 130,000 for January, 34,000 government jobs. Wow, the estimate was 70,000. Wow is right. All we do is win, win, win. And if you came from MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. Victory, victory, victory. Can I get a V in the chat? Can I get a V for victory? Hashtag America first. Hashtag MAGA. Hashtag Make America Great Again. The #1 podcast on YouTube right now is the Perfect Timing Podcast. Thank you to everybody who subscribed. Thank you and much love. Thank you to everybody who tuning in right now. Hit the like button and share with a like-minded person. Family, welcome to All We Do Is Win Wednesday on the Perfect Timing Podcast Live. It's your boy dropping truth bombs while the world sleeps on real wins. Today, Trump economy exploding, coal revival, Netanyahu alliance crushing Iran threats, Bondi, Body and Epstein witch hunts. We're in anime MAGA madness, baby. Let's go. If you tired of losing, this is your pod. Hit the like button if you like winning, baby. Subscribe for Uncut Fire. Let's go. First up, Blockbuster Jobs Report. Blockbuster Jobs Report. Economy added 130,000 private jobs. Unemployment to 4.3%. Wages raising. Construction booming from Trump's investments. White House calling it expectation shattering. This is Trump turning Biden's mess into gold. Double tap, hit the like button. Trump turning Biden's mess into gold. Gold, I say. Gold, I say. Gold in them their heels. Gold in them their heels. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. How's everybody doing, man? How's everybody doing? I'm gonna let me take a break real. How's everybody doing, man? We in the building. We about to get into this jobs report. We about to get into this jobs report real quick. Let me make an update real quick. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna take a drink of water. Sometimes you gotta make changes on the fly, man. Sometimes you gotta make changes on the fly. Double tap, hit the like button. How did you guys know that they released? So Donald Trump, we know about the Epstein files, right? Epstein file. Pam Bondi been kicking much ass on Capitol Hill this morning. You know what I'm saying? Pam Bondi must listen to my show. And Pam Bondi was saying how these records been out for 16 years, but they never released them under none of the, and 16 years is about how long the Democrats have been in office, 8 years under Obama and 4 years under Biden, but they didn't do nothing. As a matter of fact, if we want to talk about what they did do is release Jeffrey Epstein and let him go back to a private island, let him have access to a private jet. But did you guys know that, they re-released the files? So number one, Donald Trump signed a law. Like, I love that legislation was created and the law was signed, because a lot of what I do here is educate people, especially when we talk about the shutdown that we're currently in, because the House still owes us a budget. Chuck Schumer is still stalling the American people. Democrats don't believe in in my idea, the Democrats don't believe in democracy. They still owe us a budget. We don't have a budget, and that's just the fact of the matter. But we signed the law, right? We signed the law. I'm very proud about that. That we actually signed the law. But we signed the law, and then the files got released. 3.5 million. 3.5 million documents were released. But then it was a complaint, right? The complaint was the files were redacted, right? And then overnight, the files were released unredacted. And now I got video on Capitol Hill of everybody on the Dem side upset that the files have been released unredacted. It's like that's what you. It's like you can't believe it, right? like, wait a minute, hold on. Every day we got to hear about these files. We got to hear, we got to hear about all this stuff. But now that they actually do it, then people are upset, right? And I said that because we knew who was going to be implicated more often in the files, right? We knew who would be implicated more often, and it was the Dems. And I broke it down. That we heard about Stacey Plaskett being a fixer, right, for Jeffrey Epstein, right? We heard about that. And now more is coming out about the Democrats. So that's one of the things that we want to talk about. That's going to be on today's show. Be excited to hear about that. Pam Bondi. How many people, another litmus test I'm realizing, another great litmus test that we're going to add is how many people think Pam Bondi should get fired. That's going to be another litmus test because I believe that is a trope. Because as a content creator, I get to hear and see, especially being Black MAGA, a Black conservative, and a Black Republican content creator, I get to see all of the ways that people trope and troll and try to take people off. So I believe one of the ways that because they don't have any policy, right? They don't have any policy or anything they want people to vote for. So I think one of the ways they try to divide and conquer. It's like the most, we live in the most anti-American time, right? We live in the most anti-American time. So instead of getting consensus, building committee and things like of that nature, instead they want to they do different tactics like the leaving the state and stopping voting and things like that. But so I think when people say, "Oh, you want this whole campaign," I think these are the same fake Republicans that claim to be for Donald Trump and they're not for Donald Trump because they don't want to actually look at the things that we look at here when it comes to what she's done, especially like in Minnesota, right? Especially like in Minnesota. How she was leading the way. We called it out here, right? We called it out here about how she needed to prosecute Rebecca Good. Rebecca Good needed to be prosecuted. Now, when we called it out, we thought it was a long shot. I really thought it was a long shot. I thought it was a long shot that Rebecca Good would be prosecuted. But then Pam Bondi actually says prosecute Rebecca Good, right? And then we get 6 people stepping down. We get 6 people stepping down because they refuse to prosecute. We get her charging Jacob Fry, charging Tim Walz, right? We get 2,000 ICE agents in Minnesota, right? It's just her deal. She's kicking major ass, and I think it's a distraction. It's a way to divide the MAGA base, right? It's a way to divide the MAGA base by suggesting something's wrong with the job that Pam Bondi is doing. I think Pam Bondi is doing a great job. I'm for sure. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Pam Bondi is doing a great job. Double tap hit the like button. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Pam Bondi is doing a great job. So I think that's a way to distract the MAGA base and to get us off focus, right? What's up with you, Ricky? What's up with you, Ricky? What's up with you, Janie? What's up with you? Double tap. I mean, when I play the video of how she's doing on Capitol Hill, but I've shown this video before, but it ain't even about how she testifies on Capitol Hill. It's about the fact how much courage it took to go after Rebecca Good and go after local prosecutions, right? About the fact that they were actually in the midst of a crime, right? So that ICE agent would beyond exonerated, right? That ICE agent that was hit by Renee Good is beyond exonerated because this is how much the federal government had the back of the federal officers. Not only does he have immunity, but they are bold both criminals in the commission of a crime, and Rebecca Good is a Cody. It should be charged with the unaliving of Renee Good because she said, drive, baby, drive. She was in the car, and Pam, she doesn't get enough flowers. She doesn't get enough flowers. She don't get enough flowers because not enough Americans know the real story about what happened to Renee Good. And they don't understand the law. They don't know how powerful it was that Pam Bondi actually pressured local officials to prosecute Rebecca Good. That more than exonerates the ICE agent. That more than exonerates. That's more than saying he has immunity. That is saying we got your back, federal officers, and we're going to prosecute and let the entire Minnesota local municipalities understand no state official will stop the federal government and its obligated mandate duties. Let's go, MAGA. And we are going to prosecute and charge Jacob Fry, Tim Walsh, and we are pressuring local DAs to prosecute Rebecca Good for the injuries that federal officer, he went back to the hospital. He went to the hospital for internal bleeding. He went home. They doxed his wife. He had to be readmitted to the hospital. He had to be readmitted to the hospital because she ran him over. He had to be readmitted to the hospital. Pam Bondi's doing a hell of a job. See, I think it's a way to divide us because we're so MAGA strong. It's a way to divide us because we're so MAGA strong. See, they want to ignore the truths, right? There is no other convincing that I need for Pam Bondi other than what she did in Minnesota, and how one day, my chat, stop the video. W chat right now. W chat. My chat stopped the video and said, perfect. She said, drive, baby, drive. I did not believe it. I slowed down the video. Drive, baby, drive. My chat said, she said, drive. I said, chat, if she said, drive, baby, drive, I have been a piece of shit. I was a piece of shit in my past life. And I said to my chat, if she said drive, baby, drive, then she can be culpable for the unaliving of Renee Good. And I said, a lot of my chat, you're upstanding citizens. You may have not been a piece of shit in your past life. I was a piece of shit in my past life. So I understand Code D. I understand that if you're in the commission of a crime and someone gets unalived, that you can be charged with, even if the police, if you go rob a liquor store and the police shoot and kill somebody, you can be charged. Even though you did not commit the murder, you could be charged with that because you were the one robbing the store. Don't ask me how I know that. Don't ask me how I know that. Just know, when my chat said, perfect, she said, drive, baby, drive. Me and my chat said, Rebecca Good can be charged. And lo and behold, it did not take 24 hours. So this is when I say Pam Bondi is kicking ass, because it did not take 24 hours. It did not take 24 hours for Pam Bondi to get 6 prosecutors to quit local municipalities because she pressured them to charge Rebecca Good. Here in this chat, we give Pam Bondi her flowers. Here in this chat, we give Pam Bondi her flowers. It didn't take her 6 months. It didn't take her, MAGA, did we have to pressure Pam Bondi? Did we have to educate Pam Bondi? Did we have to do anything, or was Pam Bondi on top of her game? Let's just be honest on All We Do Is Win Wednesday. MAGA, did we have to pressure Pam Bondi? Did we have to educate? No, we did not. No, we did not. 6 prosecutors. And how many of the ICE out protesters know that 6 prosecutors stepped down? How many know that 6 prosecutors stepped down? How many know that Pam Bondi pressured local prosecutors to charge Rebecca? They don't know because they too busy screaming F ICE and F Trump without having any background to what actually is going down. I'm in here sweating today, boy. I think I forgot to cut the heater off, y'all. I normally cut the heater off. I think I forgot to cut the heater off, y'all. It's going to be a baker today. It's going to be a hot one. Hot like fire. It's gonna be a hot one today, man. Oh man, holy crap. Stunned after the Trump economy doubles. The expert growth, a whopping 130,000 for January, 34,000 jobs. Wow, the estimate was 70,000. Holy smokes, they are speechless, man. And where was I at? I was right here, man. Family, all we do is win Wednesday on the Perfect Timing Podcast Live. It's your boy dropping truth bombs while the world sleeps on real wins. Today, Trump economy exploding, coal revival, Netanyahu alliance, crushing Iran threats, Bondi bodying Epstein witch hunts. We're in anime MAGA madness, eagle-headed patriots versus donkey devils, Dems. If you tired of losing, this is the pod for you. Hit the damn like button. Hit me a super chat. Hit me a cash app. Let me know you love me, man. Join, become a member. Subscribe for Uncut Fire. Let's go. Blockbuster jobs report. Economy added 130,000 private jobs. Unemployment saw 4.3%. Wages continually rising. Construction booming from Trump's investments. White House calling in expectation shattering. Expectation shattering. Explosion. Overpowering. Over the competition, I'm towering. Record shot. Everybody, that'll make you call the cops. I'm gonna knock you out. Mama said knock you out. This is Trump turning Biden's mess into gold. Blue collar wins. Families feeding better. Dems crying. Boo. Boo. But moo revisions, nah. We winning. Anime style. Trump power up, baby. Stats exploding like a Crimea. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go.
30,000 jobs created for the month of January.
Say it again.
70,000.
Say it again, or all we do is win Wednesday. Say it, you hear the celebration, you hear that laughter in the background, because what's ironic is yesterday was a terrific Tuesday, and every day they want to hate on the Trump tariffs. Oh, tariffs and tariffs. Oh, tariffs. 130,000. 130,000 jobs added in the Trump economy with the Trump tariffs. Double tap hit the like button. Buckle up, for all we do is win Wednesday in MAGA Nation. Buckle up, for all we do is win Wednesday in MAGA Nation. I got you. I got you, family.
Now from Cheryl. 130,000 jobs created for the month of January.
You hear the laughter. You hear the excitement. Let's go, MAGA.
Now from Cheryl. 130,000 jobs created for the month of January. Wow. The estimate was 70,000. Wow, I was right, Maria. 4.3% is the unemployment rate. The street was looking for 4.4%. This is not the kind of report we expected to see, guys. Let me give you the government jobs picture. That is negative 42,000 on the government side, part of the equation. We saw that in the reports previously. We also saw a labor force participation rate, 62.5%. Average hourly earnings, 0.41%. That is actually higher than the expectations. The average hourly earnings month to month, a little bit higher than expected. Private payrolls, 172,000. I had to do a double take. 172,000 private jobs. Guys, that's 100,000 above the estimate. We were looking for 70,000. The average work week, 34.3.
Y'all hear it? Y'all hear it? Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. One more time, 130,000 jobs.
Now from Cheryl. 130,000 jobs created for the month of January. Wow. The estimate was 70,000. Wow, I was right, Maria. 4.3% is the unemployment rate.
We doubled the estimate. The estimate was 70,000. We had 130,000 after before adding 64,000. Remember, I reported GDP is at what? 4 or 5% and rising. This is the Trump economy. We barely getting started. When did tariffs start? Does anybody know any data Does anybody understand real economy? Does anybody know anything, how much we collected? Do you know about the $12 billion, not million, $12 billion we paid to farmers in subsidies via the tariffs? How during the shutdown we paid for women and children. The WIC bought milk and bread and cheese for women via the tariffs. How we paid $17.76 to military family via the tariffs. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go and listen, 130,000. Now, this is not all of the metrics that we're winning. This is just one metric, and it makes sense. With a rising GDP, a falling inflation 2.7, it came in under. They said they predicted 70,000 jobs, we got 100,000. They predicted 7% inflation, we got 2.7. So when you add up the falling inflation, the rising GDP, it makes sense, damn it. If you understand math, stay in school.
Now from Cheryl. 130,000 jobs created for the month of January. Wow. The estimate was 70,000. Wow, I was right, Maria. 4.3% is the unemployment rate. The street was looking for 4.4%. This is not the kind of report we expected to see, guys. Let me give you the government jobs picture. That is negative 42,000 on the government side part of the equation. We saw that in the reports previously. We also saw labor force participation rate, 62.5%. Average hourly earnings, 0.41%. That is actually higher than the expectations. So average hourly earnings month to month, a little bit higher than expected. Private payrolls, 172,000. I had to do a double take. 172,000 private jobs. Guys, that's 100,000 above the estimate. We were looking for 70,000. The average
100,000 above the estimate. All we do is win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. All we do is win Wednesday on the Perfect Timing Podcast. Let me see some shares. Let me see some likes. Let me see some subs. Subscribe. Hit the plus sign. Become a member. You can get a membership for as low as $5 a month. That said, it's less than it costs to feed a starving Somalian. It costs 10 cents a day to feed starving African children. You can feed my fat black ass for less. Subscribe and become a member. Fuck a Somalian, feed me. Fuck a Somalian, feed me. Double tap, hit the like button. When you subscribe, hit the plus sign, become a member to the #1 MAGA analysis on Wiggle Wing Wednesday. Man, come on, man. Is there any better podcast? Oh, shit, man.
Now from Cheryl. 130,000 jobs created for the month of January. Wow.
That's just the month of January. That's how we starting off the podcast. Nothing but winning and grinning and skinning. How y'all love us, MAGA? How y'all love us, MAGA? We doing it to the do. Double tap, hit the like button. We doing it to the do. We doing it to the do. How you loving us, MAGA? Hit the lot enough likes. Not enough likes. Get my likes up, MAGA. Get my likes up, MAGA. Get the likes up. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Get the likes up, baby. #1 podcast on YouTube, man. Don't let them play with us, man. I said there's a red wave. Don't let them play with us, MAGA. Don't let them play with us, MAGA. I said there's a red wave. I said there's a red wave. I said there's a red wave, and we here to let it go today. We here to let everybody know. I said there is a red wave, huh? And we here to let everybody know today, man. And we excited on All We Do Is Win Wednesday. We started off with the job report. 130,000 jobs added. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to my brother from another mother. Let's go to my brother from another mother. Y'all know my brother from another mother. He loved to watch my show. Double tap, hit the like button. Man, this brother loved to watch my show. #1 subscriber and supporter. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to everybody watching and subscribing. Stephen A. Smith warns his audience not to hate him as he lays out why Trump wasn't lying about the stock market. Excuse me. Now, remember, I said if you do the math, and I know I've reported the Department of Education closing. I've reported on the metrics on American boys. Do y'all know it's also a way to divide the base when they focus on black boy illiteracy rates? When the truth is that this is why I love Charlie Kirk. This is why I love Charlie Kirk. The truth is that we have a problem with our male children across the board when it comes to reading and writing and math. And I believe Charlie Kirk was doing his best to get men back into church and back into college. I love you. I miss you. God bless Charlie Kirk and his family and his kids. The metrics are not just young black boys in third grade levels. When I looked, and I said, well, why do they focus on black boys when you look at the graph and white boys and Latino boys are right underneath, right there with black boys. Black boys are the lowest, but our white boys and Latino boys are failing at the same rate. I think it's a way to divide us. I think it's a way to divide us. Now, when we talk about math, and I say, and I give you all of these metrics as to it makes sense that we're adding jobs. It makes sense that the unemployment is going down. If you look at all of the metrics and you cannot factor out that this is during the highest tariffs in American history, during American history. I just wanted to say that before we get into it. I just want to say that before we get into it. Stephen A. Smith warns his audience not to, because yesterday the Dow hit an all-time high. Another problem is a lot of poor people are ignorant. Poverty and ignorance, there is a correlation between single parent homes and poverty and crime and low illiteracy rates. I know it may hurt some feelings, but that's just a fact, brothers and sisters. Where you find the lowest poverty rates, you find some of the lowest illiteracy rate, so highest illiteracy rates. So this is what the fact of the matter is, that we don't have people who understand these issues, and they're angry because of their station. And I get it. I was angry when I was in poverty also. But America is the greatest place in the world, and immigrants come here every day with nothing and turn it into something because you have the ability to do so here uniquely than any other place. The Dow hit a record high yesterday. The Dow hit 50,000 for the first time in American history. All we do is win Wednesday. MAGA, 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 let's go. MAGA, 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 let's go. Stephen A. Smith warns his audience not to hate him as he lays out why Trump wasn't lying about the stock market. Don't hate the messenger, just listen. Barron's highly reputable when it comes to evaluating our market. This is what he wrote. The S&P 500 has gained 13.3% and notched 42 record closes. The NASDAQ has gained 16.9% and notched 36 record closes. The Dow Jones Industrial Average have gained 11.5% and notched 23 record closes. Ladies and gentlemen, this means when it comes to the stock market and your 401ks, Donald Trump wasn't lying according to Bear Stearns. Stephen A. Smith brother from another mother, coming in on All We Do Is Win Wednesday. MAGA, throw your hands up. We counting down victory after victory.
Go back to that quote, Griff, because I want to read something to people, because we're not going to be fair, even though one would argue he deserves our unfairness. It's something that I wanted to point to y'all about. He said this is just a slap in the face to our country, which is setting new standards and records every single day, including the best stock market and 401ks in history. Ladies and gentlemen, that part right there, don't hate the message, or rather don't hate the messenger. Just listen. Barron's, highly reputable when it comes to evaluating our market. This is what they wrote, albeit 20 days ago, just 20 days ago. This is what they wrote. President Trump said the market had set 52 all-time high records since the election. This is according to Barron's. They said that is true. Since November 6, 2024, day after the election, the S&P 500 has had 52 record closes as of Tuesday's close, according to Dow Jones market data. The NASDAQ composite has notched 46 record closes. Here's how all three major indexes have performed since January 20th, 2025, the day that Donald Trump was inaugurated as the 47th president of the United States.
All numbers. All numbers. There's no partisan here. Stephen A. Smith is not Republican or Democrat. This is not partisan. That's why I love playing Stephen A. Smith, to shut up all of the player haters and the naysayers. Stephen A. Smith voted for Kamala Harris, voted for Biden, voted for Obama. This is not mumbo jumbo. This is not partisan BS. This is numbers. January 20th, 47th president, 50,000 down. Numbers, data, baby.
S&P 500 has gained 13.3% and notched 42 record closes. The NASDAQ has gained 16.9% and notched 36 record closes. The Dow Jones Industrial Average has gained 11.5% and notched 23 record closes. Ladies and gentlemen, that means when it comes to the stock market and your 401ks, Donald Trump wasn't lying. Now, what happens in the last 20 days or whatever, I don't know. But I'm telling you as of right now, he wasn't lying about that, according to Barron's.
Double tap, hit the like button. Trump was not lying about the economy. But you know what he leaves out? Let's listen again and let's get into it. Let's have a good time this morning. Double tap, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Listen to me now. When you subscribe to my channel, you're going to get a plus sign. When you get that plus sign, you want to hit that plus sign, become a member, because you could either feed a Somalian in Minnesota, a starving African Somalian for 10 cents a day, or you can join my channel for $5 a month. The choice is yours. I give you the option. You guys remember, a lot of you watching are from my generation. A lot of you watching are from my generation. You remember UNICEF. You remember the little coin thing on and when you go to McDonald's, you throw the coins in. When we were kids, they used to have the little babies with flies on their eyeballs and swollen bellies. Now, they were starving over there. We understood. We sent them money. They come over here to America. We open it up. We give them protection. We give them Minnesota. You know what I'm saying? We give them Minnesota, Jacob Fried, Tim Walls. We give them, and then we give 80% of them welfare, but then they steal $19 billion. So I am telling you this morning, you could join my channel. You can hit the super chat. You can, I don't know what the lowest amount in the super chat, probably $5. Listen to me now. You can join my channel. You can hit the super chat or Cash App, or you can support Somali Frosters in Minnesota. The choice is yours. We all have decisions to make. I'm just giving you a decision. We all have decisions to make in life, right? Some of us will decide that they want to support a starving Somalian for 10 cents a day. Some of us will want to support a starving black YouTuber for 10 cents a day. You pick. The choice is yours. I do this every day. So I don't know what they do. They don't show up to the daycare centers every day. We know they don't show up to the daycare centers every day. I'm here every day. Just so you know what you're getting for your money. The Somalian daycare centers, no one's showing up. No one was eating the food. They just taking the money. I'm here every day. I'm here every day. If you want to know where your money is going, if you want to know how your money is spent, hit that subscribe, hit the plus sign, become a member.
To that quote, Griff, because I want to read something to people.
This is Stephen A. Smith on All We Do Is Win Wednesday. Stephen A. Smith is subscribed to my channel. Stephen A. Smith is a #1 supporter of Black MAGA, Perfect Timing Podcast. Me and Stephen A. Smith trade punches, but I do support his network as he does support mine. He is now asking people from a nonpartisan perspective to pay attention to the Trump economy by the data and the numbers from a nonpartisan perspective. These are the wins and the victories in the midst of the Trump economy and Trump tariffs. I am telling you about 130,000 jobs added, a 50,000 down record. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention. Double tap at the like button.
Because we're not going to be fair, even though one would argue he deserves our unfairness. It's something that I wanted to point to y'all about.
He said, we are not going to be fair, even though some may argue he does not deserve our unfairness. I believe he deserves our support, our love, and our prayers, and our fairness. What else would you say in a thank you? How about a thank you, Trump? How about a thank you for 50,000 down for all of the baby boomers in the chat who got 401ks and just retired? How about a thank you?
Because I want to read something to people. Because we're not going to be fair, even though one would argue he deserves our unfairness.
See, the argument that Donald Trump deserves to be treated unfair comes from this democratic racial lenses. See, if you look at Donald Trump as a racist and a fascist and all of the democratic tropes, then you get to unfairness. But if you take off your racial lenses, if you get out of your fifis and start looking and listening to the numbers that Stephen A. Smith, my brother from another mother, is about to read, how can you be unfair? You might say, thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you.
It's something that I wanted to point to y'all about. He said this is just a slap in the face to our country, which is setting new standards and records every single day, including the best stock market and 401ks in history.
Correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, that part right there, don't hate the message, or rather don't hate the messenger. Just listen. Barron's, highly reputable when it comes to evaluating our market. This is what they wrote, albeit 20 days ago, just 20 days ago. This is what they wrote. President Trump said the market had set 52 all-time high records since the election. This is according to Barron's. They said that is true. Since November 6, 2024, day after the election, the S&P 500 has had 52 record closes as of Tuesday's close, according to Dow Jones market data. The NASDAQ composite has notched 46 record closes. Here's how all three major indexes have performed since January 20th, 2025, the day that Donald Trump was inaugurated as the 47th president of the United States. The S&P 500 has gained 13.3% and notched 42 record closes. The NASDAQ has gained 16.9% and notched 36 record closes. The Dow Jones Industrial Average has gained 11.5% and notched 23 record closes. Ladies and gentlemen, that means when it comes to the stock market and your 401ks, Donald Trump wasn't lying. Now, what happens in the last 20 days or whatever, I don't know. But I'm telling you as of right now, he wasn't lying about that, according to Barron's.
What does the last 20 days have to do with anything? He's trying to say that some people are butthurt about what took place in Minnesota. Just comply. MAGA, can we say just comply? And Stephen A. Smith, my brother from another mother, just focus on the numbers. Just focus on the numbers. The fact is we had a record Dow. And how many people love their grandmothers? How many people love their grandparents? How many people know about the baby boomers being the largest generation? They just retired last year. They have 401ks and investments. How does this help and benefit the baby boomers, right? How does this help and benefit the baby boomers, right? So if this is your grandparents that we're talking about, then can we afford to be swayed by our emotions for people who did not know how to comply when we understand the truth? When we understand the actual truth and the facts on the ground, how can we be swayed? How can we be swayed? I don't understand it. But we have more economic wins. We have more economic wins. Have you heard of the coal champion? Have you heard of the coal champion? They're calling Donald Trump the coal champion, right? They're calling Donald Trump the coal champion. We talking about all type of wins. That's all we got to talk about here.
Obama-era endangerment finding. On Thursday, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding. This will be the largest deregulatory action in American history, and it will save the American people $1.3 trillion in crushing regulation.
So that again, we didn't hear you. I don't think they heard you, MAGA. MAGA, turn us up, MAGA. Hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe. They didn't hear us. We talking about all we do is win Wednesday. All we do is win, win, win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there.
Today, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding. This will be the largest deregulatory action in American history, and it will save the American people $1.3 trillion in crushing regulations.
It's not showing the video. They just showing my beautiful face. How much y'all like looking at my beautiful, beautiful face? How much y'all look. There she go. There go that girl. There go that MAGA. Let's get into the coal champion. More economic victories and wins.
Thursday, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding. This will be the largest deregulatory action in American history, and it will save the American people $1.3 trillion in crushing regulations. The bulk of the savings will stem from reduced costs for new vehicles, with the EPA projecting average per vehicle savings of more than $2,400 for popular light-duty cars, SUVs, and trucks. This is just one more way this administration is working to make life more affordable for everyday Americans. Overall, these groundbreaking actions from President Trump will drive larger economic growth, create thousands of good-paying jobs, expand manufacturing, increase consumer choice, and improve affordability for millions of families and businesses. On Thursday, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the 2009 Obama
coal champion. President Trump, coal champion. Double tap, hit the like button. Coal champion.
Under the Biden administration, the building out of wind and solar through these massive tax subsidies, that was producing less than 2% of the electricity during the cold snaps. We were getting more electricity in New England from burning wood and trash than we were from the wind and solar industries. And of course, again, the hero of that was hydrocarbons, keeping the lights on, keeping the heat on, and saving lives. So it's essential to what we're doing. And with the endangerment finding, coal beautiful, clean coal. If there's a coal plant running in America, it's clean because the only thing left would be the CO2, but CO2 was never a pollutant. When we breathe, we emit CO2. Plants need CO2 to survive and grow. They thrive with more CO2. So the whole endangerment thing opens up the opportunity for the revival of clean, beautiful American coal.
Mr. Secretary, always a pleasure. Thank you very much for being with us today. Got it. See you later.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you so much. Double tap, hit the like button. How many people knew about this Obama era EPA? You know, this is what's bankrupting. This was bankrupting California. President Trump was named the undisputed champion of coal by Western Coal Club February 11, 2026. During a White House event aimed at promoting the coal industry, he signed an executive order directing the military to purchase coal-fired power to support the industry, emphasizing clean, beautiful coal. That's the right, undisputed champion of coal. You heard it here first. Double tap, hit the like button. And now I just played to you several videos of how we are reinforcing that by repealing Obama antiquated era legislation that led to poverty in the Midwest. Obama didn't care about you. Obama didn't care about your family. Obama didn't care about coal miners, how they work, and how beneficial clean coal could be to America. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. One more time.
Got it. Now, later today, President Trump's going to announce a new executive order directing the Department of War to purchase electricity from coal-fired plants.
Did y'all hear that? Double tap, hit the like button. Pete Hegseth, Pete Hegger baby, Donald Trump directing the Department of War. He said it right. Did y'all hear it? That's how you're supposed to do the report. Do the report how I come across. The Department of War has been directed by Donald Trump to purchase coal, and reinforcing American industry for all the naysayers. This is what's called putting your money where your mouth is. Let's go, MAGA. All we do is win Wednesdays. Let's break it down to them.
Do you expect a significant increase in coal production in this country in the immediate future?
Well, we've seen an increase during 2025, and thank goodness we did, because during these major storms we had in the Northeast, I mean, coal was the hero of that extended cold weather and in the storm that charged through here. We had parts of America where 25% of all electricity was coming from coal, 70% coming from hydrocarbons. And again, in New England area where we had, we've spent a ton of money on subsidizing as a country under the Biden administration, the building out of wind and solar through these massive tax subsidies. That was producing less than 2% of the electricity during the cold snaps. We were getting more electricity in New England from burning wood and trash than we were from the wind and solar industries. And of course, again, the hero of that was hydrocarbons, keeping the lights on, keeping the heat on, and saving lives. So it's essential to what we're doing. And with the endangerment finding, coal, beautiful, clean coal. If there's a coal plant running in America, it's clean because the only thing left would be the CO2, but CO2 was never a pollutant. When we breathe, we emit CO2. Plants need CO2 to survive and grow. They thrive with more CO2. So
I got the best chat. Chat, man. I got the best chat. Chat just said a couple great things, man. He just said West Virginia, coal country, and the chat just said, can we agree? Somebody intelligent said, can we agree that it's going to the data centers? Now, the thing is, the only reason I didn't block that comment is because I don't know if you knew here, but I have talked a lot about how in Davos, the CEO of BlackRock spoke about us moving to a global tokenization, global digital currency, and I've explained and educated to my channel audience about the data centers and how much power and energy it costs currently, right now, to your point, right? And this is what a lot of people don't get. That's why I let your comment live. Right now, people don't understand how much energy and coal it takes to have cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. But if we were to move to one global digital currency, one blockchain, because what he said, what the CEO of BlackRock, richest man in the world, sitting next to Elon Musk, richest company in the world, what they both were saying, did anybody pay attention to this at Davos? That comment is a powerful comment because the data centers, they're building data centers now, superconductor, what it takes to run and power the blockchain. A lot of people don't even understand Web 3.0 and the blockchain. So what would it take? If you listen to that comment about, can we say the coal is going to go to power data centers? What would it take to power a global blockchain? And why would we want to focus on racism? To that comment, he said, can we just move to hydrogen energy? Another comment he made. Why would we want to be behind the 8-ball and be plagued with partisan and racism, black and white and Republican and Democrat, when that is the fact? When he's talking about data centers, when they talk about global cryptocurrency and one blockchain, damn it, you need to understand what that means, how much energy, how much power, and the ramifications for your children. And brother, I thank you for that comment, but obviously, as you can see, you're talking ahead of the audience. We're talking ahead of the audience. This is what I harped on from Davos. People focused on the wrong thing from Davos. You have the richest man in the world saying a global tokenization and a global blockchain. Not enough people understand the blockchain. Not enough people understand what it is, what it takes, what the data centers do. So they have no idea what it would take to have a one global block, besides the security, besides the protection, all of that other shit. Man, that was a powerful comment. And we could argue whether or not the coal, we could argue whether or not hydrogen, but just so people understand what they were discussing at Davos, just so people understand how powerful those meetings was. When you see the CEO of BlackRock next to Elon Musk, these are the richest individuals in the world. And he said, fuck all that other shit. I want to talk about globalization and the global blockchain. That's what he said, and everybody is still fucking idiots. He said, I want to talk about globalization, global tokenization, and the global blockchain. So, brother, I thank you so much for that comment. And I just want to say salute to you, and you're talking ahead of the audience, but I thank you for being here. And I just thank YouTube for bringing people with your intellect here. And I pray that people catch up and understand where we're going in this world, why acquisitions of Greenland, why acquisitions of Venezuela, why Trump is using trade in conjunction with tariffs to acquire precious minerals. Brother, I don't think they understand where you're headed with your logic. I don't think they get it, because people on the left and the Dems don't understand why we want to acquire the precious minerals in Greenland. They don't understand why Taiwan is significant. Semiconductor chips and things of that nature needed to power the data centers of the future. It's more than just the coal, right, brother? It's Taiwan, right? It's more than just the coal, right, brother? It's Taiwan, right? It's Greenland, right? It's Venezuela with some of the most precious minerals in the world, right? The largest gold deposits, right? Is that not what we're doing? Are we not playing Monopoly? Are we not grateful to Trump? Huh? Are we not grateful to Trump for understanding the future, and that we will need to be in a position for globalization and global tokenization? The Trump administration is set to announce measures overturning Obama-era EPA regulations, which led to annoyances like forced auto stop cars. Double tap, hit the like button. I know a lot of y'all gonna be happy about that.
The issues that it causes can be very difficult to diagnose, as it's usually intermittent, and the repair isn't cheap. All right, so the takeaway, is the cost and inconvenience of repairs worth using the auto start stop feature? Well, my belief is no, not even close, in fact, unless you are leasing or plan on dumping your vehicle before it's out of new vehicle warranty. At that point, who cares? The issues that it causes can be very difficult to diagnose, as it's usually intermittent, and the repair isn't cheap. All right, so the takeaway, is the cost and inconvenience of repairs worth using the auto start stop feature? Well, my belief is no.
Fact. Finally, we have the data. It took a little bit of time for us to actually have these in the world so we can learn, but now we understand and know there's no benefit to this. Or more Obama regulations, but what it did do is it caused, y'all should know about the exorbitant gas taxes in California. Anybody, I got a lot of intelligent people in the chat. Somebody want to get going in the chat? Let's get going in the chat, baby. Let them know about the 800 brand new laws in California. Let them know about all of the oil refineries leaving California. Let them know about all of the gas taxes in California. Let them know about the unique gas that's in California, and we pay the most money for gas in California than anywhere in the world. Let them know in the chat. Educate them in the chat, man. How much did this cost you, though? How much did this cost you, though? ROI, hashtag ROI. And with a sweep of a pen, Trump removes this stupid Obama shit.
The issues that it causes can be very difficult to diagnose, as it's usually intermittent, and the repair isn't cheap. All right, so the takeaway, is the cost and inconvenience of repairs worth using the auto start stop feature? Well, my belief is no.
No, double tap at the like button. Somebody put their testimony in the chat. How much it cost you? Did you trade the car in? No.
Even close, in fact, unless you are leasing or plan on dumping your vehicle before it's out of new vehicle warranty. At that point, who cares? The issues that it causes.
Facts on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Facts on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Facts on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody, thank y'all for tuning in, man. Thank y'all for tuning in. I love you guys so much, man. Spread that love and unity. Gavin fined a refinery for leaking not gasoline but oil, but hydrogen, and not even a dangerous level, not even a concerning level. We are losing in California. I'm telling everybody, I don't think California is going to go blue for the next 10, 20 years. Because of what Gavin has done, I don't see California going blue. I see California going red. I see Illinois going red. I see a red wave coming. I see a red wave coming. I see California going red, Illinois going red. Gavin Newsom can't run again in California. Gavin Newsom can't run again in California. So California will not be voting for a Democrat. Do y'all remember who gave you the governor? Can y'all double tap? Hashtag the governor in the chat. Who gave y'all the governor? I am get to the chopper. Get to the chopper. Who gave y'all the governor? Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor. Get to the chopper. I am the governor. The governor of California. Get to the chopper. The governor. California gave you Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor, as a Republican, and we voted for him again. Everybody thought it was a joke. We voted for him and we supported him. He was one of the best governors and actually did great things and grew the economy. Republican policies actually work in California. I'm sorry I have to remind you. I'm sorry I have to remind you of when California actually was being prosperous. It was under Republican leadership. Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor. And I promise you, we're going red again. We're going Republican again because of what Gavin Newsom has done to California, what Gavin Newsom did to San Francisco. Who wants Californication for the nation? Who wants Gavin Newsom to be the president? Who wants Gavin Newsom to bring San Francisco politics to your state? Can I get a 1 in the chat? Can I get a 1 in the chat if you want Californication for the nation? Just a question. Just a question. Can I get a 1 in the chat if you want Californication for the nation? Do you want San Francisco politics in your country? Do you want San Francisco politics in your city? No more Denny's. No more shopping. They just closed Fisherman Wharf. They just closed. There are no more restaurants, no more shopping, right? You can steal $1,000 though and not go to jail. All the criminals should be saying 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you want Californication for the nation, because you can steal up to $1,000 and not go to jail. But the jobs are leaving. Tesla left. The oil refineries left. Highest gas prices in the world. Highest taxes in the world. Who wants Californication for the nation? Who wants San Francisco for your town? Do you want San Francisco in Arkansas? Do you want San Francisco in Alabama? Do you want human feces on the street? Do you want homelessness and free needles being given away on the street to drug addicts? Do you want a program that encourages drug addicts to use drugs in the streets of the city, and your taxpayer dollars go toward their drugs because they give them the drugs and they give them the needles? That's San Francisco policy. Do you want San Francisco in Wisconsin? Do you want San Francisco in North Carolina? This is a real question. Huh? Do you want Californication for the nation? Because that's what Gavin Newsom and the Democrats are bringing. Do you understand what Tim Walz was going to do? This is not a joke. This is not a joke. Tim Walz was chosen by he was christened by Barack Obama and chosen by Kamala Harris. Tim Walz, those welfare policies that led to $19 billion in fraud, Tim Walz was celebrated by Barack Obama and the Democrats. Do you guys understand? While we were in Minnesota, do you understand where Tim Walz came from? Barack Obama championed Tim Walz's liberal welfare policies. And then Kamala Harris chose him. And if Kamala and Tim Walz would have won, you would have had Somalian fraud on a national scale, because their goal was to take those welfare liberal policies that Tim Walz once was celebrated for and make them go national. I said, the goal was to take those liberal welfare policies that Tim Walz was once celebrated for, and bring them national. And then you would have fraud on a national level, and the Democrats would get what they wanted: to cripple and destroy America. Cripple and destroy America. So I ask you, do you want Californication for the nation? Did you want Minnesota for your backyard? Did you want the same welfare policies that created pathways? Do you understand how they are explaining away the fraud? They are saying that the policies led to the fraud. They said the policies were so liberal and so expansive that it was so easy, it almost begged for fraud. The policies were so broad and expansive and liberal, it almost called for the fraud. Those policies were going to go national. Those policies were going to go national under Kamala Walz, under Harris Walz. You would have seen those same Minnesota welfare policies go national, because Obama, who's actually leading the Democratic Party, Obama, the Wakanda king, y'all remember I reported the story on the auto pen, Tulsi Gabbard going after Obama, going to charge Obama because Biden was too old and senile. He was not running the government. Harris was not running the government. Tulsi Gabbard's going after Obama in the auto pen. Double tap at the like button. Tulsi Gabbard's going after Obama in the auto pen. Wakanda, your mama, the black king. So Barack Obama tells us to vote for Kamala Harris because your mama black. Your mama is black. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. It was so, it's either, it's a toss up between Biden saying, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. And Obama saying, if you don't vote for Kamala, your mama black. Can you believe this shit? As a black man, can you fucking believe this shit? I wish I was lying. I wish it was fake. Biden, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Obama, if you don't vote for Kamala, the Bahama, your black mama. I'm like, what about my socioeconomic background? I said, what about my socioeconomic background? That doesn't matter. What about my religion? What about my faith? What about where I live? What about all the things that should factor into my politics? for intellectual. Throw all of the intellectual things that should drive my politics out the window because Biden said, I got to vote with my skin color. And if I don't support Biden, I'm not black. Throw all the intellectual markers of what should drive my politics. See, every day people want to call me a coon. They want to call me all these names. Throw all the intellectual markers of what should drive your politics out of the window, black man. You should vote with your skin color, not your socioeconomic background. Huh? Not what your tax bracket is. Not what your religious is, not what your faith, not how your grandmother raised you, not what the religious principles, those spiritual red, white, and blue, those Christian conservative, those American red, white, and blue principles that your grandmother raised you with when she, early one Sunday morning, breakfast was on the table. There was no time to eat. She said to me, boy, hurry to Sunday school. We learned a holy story. Bow, bow. What if you grew up with a grandmother who loved to pray, loved to go to work, and loved to pay taxes, loved her God and loved her country? I should throw away my grandmother, my great, beautiful, loving grandmother, everything she instilled in me. You know, she would kick my ass and then vote based on my skin color. Like I don't have a brain, like my grandmother didn't raise me to think. Don't use your brain, use your skin color in the voting booth. How much crack do you have to smoke to buy into that? Like they got to believe that black people are like not human, like we don't have grandparents. Like we don't have grandfathers who were in World War II. That's why I'm conservative. I grew up in a Christian conservative background in church. People went to the military. My grandfather was in the military. You understand what I'm saying? We getting it done in this building, man. Double tap at the like button, man. Obama, we repealing Obama EPA because the Democrats cause too much damage and the goal is to make America great again. Double tap at the like button, like, share, and subscribe. Not enough likes, y'all. Get the likes up. Get the likes up.
The issues that it causes can be very difficult to diagnose as it's usually intermittent and the repair isn't cheap. All right, so the takeaway, is the cost and inconvenience of repairs worth using the auto start stop feature? Well, my belief is no, not even close in fact, unless you are leasing or plan on dumping your vehicle before it's out of new vehicle warranty. At that point, who cares? The issues that it causes can be very difficult to diagnose.
Obama era law, EPA regulation, forcing stop-start on vehicles. Trump just signed an executive order removing it. This is showing and asking the question, is it worth it? Was it worth it? Did it worth all the money it cost you?
The issues that it causes can be very difficult to diagnose as it's usually intermittent and the repair isn't cheap. All right, so the takeaway, is the cost and inconvenience of repairs worth using the auto start stop feature? Well, my belief is no. Not even close, in fact, unless you are leasing or plan on dumping your vehicle before it's out of new vehicle warranty. At that point, who cares? The issues that it causes can be very difficult to diagnose as it's usually intermittent. And
double tap hit the like button. All we do is win Wednesday. All we do is win, win, win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. Co-champion. Cole Medina. Trump is the co-champion. Nicole Medina, the recession of the 2009 Obama-era engagement finding will be the largest deregulatory action in American history, and it will save the American people $1.3 trillion. Y'all heard it here first. Trillion dollars. Double tap, hit the like button. All we do is win Wednesday. 50,000 down, 100,000 jobs added, 2.7 inflation, GDP on the rise. Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA!
On Thursday, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the...
Didn't get the video. I'll be doing that to y'all. I love y'all. Can we get a laugh track? Man, I didn't get the video up. Where's the video, man? There's a video. Play the video for the people, that gorgeous, blonde-haired, beautiful white woman. Play the video, and we love the white. Double tap, hit the like.
On Thursday, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding. This will be the largest deregulatory action in American history, and it will save the American people $1.3 trillion in crushing regulations. The bulk of the savings will stem from reduced costs for new vehicles, with the EPA projecting average per vehicle savings of more than $2,400 for popular light-duty cars, SUVs, and trucks. This is just one more way this administration is working to make life more affordable for everyday Americans. Overall, these groundbreaking actions from President Trump will drive larger economic growth, create thousands of good-paying jobs, expand manufacturing, increase consumer choice, and improve affordability for millions of families and businesses. On Thursday, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the...
Double tap, hit the like button. This is what we do, policy, man. While they be upset in they fee-fees, nah, man, we got policy, baby. We got policy, baby. We got policy, baby. Double tap, hit the like button, man. All we do is win Wednesday. All we do is win Wednesday. The coal champion adding 130,000 jobs in January. You just heard about the coal champion. I said the coal champion. In my chat, they said Trump just saved West Virginia. They just said Trump just saved West Virginia because he told Pete Hegseth and the Department of War to purchase coal from America at the amount of trillions of dollars. So we gave the farmers $12 billion. Now we're giving the coal miners $1 trillion. Let's go, MAGA.
Now from Cheryl. 130,000 jobs created for the month of January. Wow. The estimate was 70,000. Wow, I was right, Maria. 4.3% is the unemployment rate. The street was looking for 4.4%. This is not the kind of report we expected to see, guys. Let me give you the government jobs picture. That is negative 42,000 on the government side part of the equation. We saw that in the reports previously. We also saw a labor force participation rate, 62.5%. Average hourly earnings, 0.41%. That is actually higher than the... So
average hourly earnings are up. Y'all gotta just give it up for Trump. Hourly earnings are up. Just listen to these numbers, man. It's so good. I missed that the first time. How many people caught that the first time? Hourly numbers are up. Huh? Hourly. Listen to these numbers, man.
Let me give you the government jobs picture. That is negative 42,000 on the government side part of the equation. We saw that in the reports previously. We also saw a labor force participation rate, 62.5%. Average hourly earnings, 0.41%. That is actually higher than the expectations. So average hourly earnings month to month, a little bit higher than expected. Private payrolls, 172,000. I had to do a double take. 172,000 private jobs. Guys, that's 100,000 above the estimate. We were looking for 70.
100,000 above the estimate with hourly wages up. Double tap, hit the like button. All we do is win Wednesday. What we talking about, chat? What we talking about, chat? U.S. adds 130,000 jobs in January, beats expectations. How y'all living out there, YouTube? How y'all living out there, YouTube? Double tap, hit the like button, man. I'm giving you this MAGA energy, MAGA energy right now. Let's get into it, baby. Let's get into it, baby. Double tap, hit the like button right now. U.S. adds 130,000 jobs in January, beats expectation. The U.S. economy added 130,000 non-farm payroll jobs in January, well above forecasts of 55,000 to 70,000. Well, while the unemployment rate dipped to 4.3%. Jobs are up, unemployment is down, GDP is up, inflation is down. This is a recipe for a great economy. Private sectors drove the gains with 172 new positions led by healthcare, 82,000, social assistance, 42,000, and construction, 33,000. Even as government jobs drop 43,000, continuing a sharp federal decline. That's because Trump is closing these departments because of Doge and cutting the fat, cleaning up the swamp. Hashtag MAGA. The White House and President Trump celebrated the private sector strength and federal house and cuts as a sign of thriving economy, though critics noted modest overall growth and sector concentration amid downward revisions to the prior months. 130,000 jobs added, everybody. Double tap. All we do is win, win, win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air. Let them stay there. 130,000 jobs added, baby. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Trump doing the 1-2. Trump doing the 1-2. Double tap, hit the like button. I got a 3% raise in January with my review. How many people else are doing better? What's your gas prices? Put how much you paying for gas and put the state right now. Put how much you paying for gas and put the state right now. Huh? Double tap, hit the like button. Put how much you're paying for gas and put the state right now. 130,000 jobs. This is all you do is win Wednesday. This is all we do is win Wednesday on the Trump economy, everybody. All we do is win Wednesday. We're giving it up for the Trump economy right now. We're giving it up for the Trump economy right now. All we do is win Wednesday. Giving out the information, so many metrics, so much information. Double tap, hit the like button. And now remember, when you like, share, and subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign to become a member. What I have directed and told you is you could either feed a starving Somalian for 10 cents a day, or you subscribe to become a member of my channel from anywhere from $5 to $20 a month. $5 a month is like 10 cents a day, man. $5 a month is like 10 cents a day, man. So that's what we talking about right now. All we do is win. The job sector growth. Y'all see the graphs right here. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on these geopolitical wins. Trump wins, Trump wins, Trump wins. That's all we do here, man. All we do is win Wednesday, giving out these Trump wins, man. All we do is win Wednesday, giving out these Trump wins, man. Let's get into it, man. I saw somebody earlier talking some cash shit about the deficit. Did you say something? I thought I heard a player hater say something. I thought I heard a player hater say something. I thought I heard a player hater say something. I thought I heard a player
down, and it's getting a ton of. Hi, everybody. So I wrote a piece about how the deficit is actually down, and it's getting a ton of pickup, and I wanted to talk about it here because a lot of people don't realize, and the link is below if you want to check it out. The U.S. budget deficit is down 15% year on year. That's a big number. It's one reason why bond yields have been down. Things are looking a little bit better on the fiscal front. You can read the piece to find out more, but basically there is some tariff revenue. That's a big piece of that, but that's about to plateau. There's no guarantee it stays on this lower trajectory either. People think one big beautiful bill, that could actually push it higher next year. There's a couple of other factors where it might not kind of stay looking the way that it is. Still, we'll take it. We've gone from the worst budget deficit outside of emergency periods, 7% of GDP just literally a year ago, to a better situation now. And you can find out more about how sustainable that is if you go and read the whole piece.
So somebody had an issue about the budget, but I don't know if you know about this, but it makes sense It makes sense. Let's listen to it one more time. This lady said she wrote a piece about the budget is down. So what are we reporting on? All we do is win Wednesday, man. Hell of a day, hell of a podcast. When I'm listing some victories today, these are the victories, bro. I mean, if you're gonna talk about all we do is win Wednesday, and you're gonna list some victories, man, she looking good, man. Ain't she looking good, y'all? Man, she looking good. She knows she got that sultry look. She staring at the camera. I'm trying to change the camera angle, and I'm looking at her face. I'm like, man, why she staring at me like that, man? I saw you and him walking in the rain. You were holding hands, and I'll never be the same. So what we talking about so far this morning, man? 100,000. We talked about jobs. We talked about GDP. We talked about inflation. And somebody in the chat opened up their big fat mammy mouth about the budget deficit as if I did not have a video prepared for your booty ass. I got a video for your ass. I got a video for your ass. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man, we getting this shit done, man. What about the deficit? What about the deficit? What about the deficit? Do we have a video for his ass? Do we have a video for it? I think we got a video for his ass. Can we educate these let's educate the dumb donkey Dems.
How the deficit is actually, everybody. So I wrote a piece about how the deficit is actually down and it's getting a ton of pickup. And I wanted to talk about it here because a lot of people don't realize, and the link is below if you want to check it out, the U.S. budget deficit is down 15% year on year. That's a big number. It's one reason why bond yields have been down. Things are looking a little bit better on the fiscal front. You can read the piece to find out more, but basically there is some tariff revenue. That's a big piece of that, but that's about to plateau. There's no guarantee it stays on this lower trajectory either. People think one big beautiful bill, that could actually push it higher next year. There's a couple of other factors where it might not kind of stay looking the way that it is. Still, we'll take it. We've gone from the worst budget deficit outside of emergency periods, 7% of GDP just literally a year ago, to a better situation now. And you can find out more about how sustainable that is if you go and read the whole piece.
Did you hear what she said? How far we've gone, how far we've grown since the Biden economy. That's why we celebrate. That's why Wednesdays are so important. That's why you got to subscribe so you be here on Wednesday and you get the facts on the ground, because so many people want you to be distracted and look at these political issues through these racial lenses, right? They want you to look at these political issues through racial lenses instead of actual factual on the ground data.
92. And to find a smaller number than mine.
Instead of actual factual on the ground data. My name is the Perfect Timing Podcast. What I do is present to you receipts and evidence. Perfect Timing Podcast with the evidence. Double tap hit the like button. Do you like evidence? Perfect Timing Podcast with the evidence. We got job numbers. We got GDP numbers. We got inflation numbers. Now we got deficit numbers. Thank you for asking about the deficit so I can give you the evidence. Let me give them the evidence.
Minus 52.8 billion. That's a better, lower trade deficit than we expected. We were looking for a number closer to 62 billion, and that follows a revised minus 59 billion. Minus 52 billion would be the lightest going back to, wow, we're really going back. Well, my records go back to 1992. And
let's go back. How far back? Back in the time. This is the best economy since 92. Let's tell them about it. Hit the like button, share with a like-minded person, spread the word, MAGA, how much we win. And if you came for MAGA, put your hands in the air, let them stay there. MAGA.
Minus 52.8 billion. That's a better, lower trade deficit than we expected. We were looking for a number closer to 62 billion, and that follows a revised minus 59 billion. Minus 52 billion would be the lightest going back to, wow, we're really going back. Well, my records go back to 1992, and to find a smaller number than minus 52 billion, we're all the way back to June of 2020. 236,000 is initial jobless claims. So the 191 minus 50.
You can't get around it, baby. You can't get around it, baby. Number one podcast for the facts and the truth. We talked about number one leading story, 130,000 jobs added in January. But don't forget, 50,000 record down. And now I'm giving you data on the deficit going down. Now, don't forget that Donald Trump said he would pay down the debt. First person to ever pay down the debt was Andrew Jackson. And how did he do it? Remember, I educated you yesterday out of the mouths of babes. A young child told you yesterday. The only time we paid down the debt was with tariffs with Andrew Jackson. And what did Trump said? We're going to do the same thing again. Double tap it.
The deficit is out. Hi, everybody. So I wrote a piece about how the deficit is actually down and it's getting a ton of pickup. And I wanted to talk about it here because a lot of people don't realize, and the link is below if you want to check it out, the U.S. budget deficit is down 15% year on year. That's a big number. It's one reason why bond yields have been down. Things are looking a little bit better on the fiscal front. You can read the piece to find out more, but basically there is some tariff revenue. That's a big piece of that, but that's about to plateau. There's no guarantee it stays on this lower trajectory either. People think one big beautiful bill, that could actually push it higher next year. There's a couple of other factors where it might not kind of stay looking the way that it is. Still, we'll take it. We've gone from the worst budget deficit outside of emergency periods, 7% of GDP, just literally a year ago, to a better situation now. And you can find out more about how sustainable that is if you go and read the whole piece.
Double tap at the like button, man. We giving it up this morning, man. How y'all like this information this morning? If you like the information, I'm going to ask a big favor. I know it's a big favor. I know you're busy. You might have your headphones in and you at work. When you get a chance, can you please hit the like button, double tap the cell phone screen. All of my supporters in the chat, go ahead and double tap. Remind people to like, share, and subscribe, and double tap the cell phone screen. And for all of you who have liked, share, and subscribed today, I want to say thank you. I love you and thank you for your support. It means the world. Let's keep going with the champion of coal. Just in, Trump plans new executive order, use government funds to revive coal industry. Shout out to my chat, W Chat, where they said Donald Trump just saved West Virginia, Peabody Energy Corporation. Let's go, largest coal producer. And this is what's going on in the country. Possible effects companies like Peabody Energy Corporation. You might want to write down that ticker. You might want to write down that ticker for investment. You might want to write down this ticker information for investment if you invest. Production began 2 months earlier, projecting 4.7 million annual tons, accelerating cash flow expectations. Just to let you know, you might want to start investing in America. Invest in America, America first. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. I said invest in America, put America first. That's all we do is win. Let's stay on the money topic, baby. Let's stay on the money topic. Trump administration cuts $600 million in CDC grants for 4 Democratic states. That's what we doing. Trump news, giving Democrats the boo blues, giving Democrats the boo blues. That's what we doing, baby. The Trump administration is rescinding about $600 million in already awarded CDC grants, with roughly $400 million affecting California programs like Bay Area initiatives and University of California research on LGBT communities. A Department of Health and Human Services spokesperson said the grants do not reflect agency priorities. Following directions from the White House Officer of Management and Budget, Democrats, including Senator Adam Schiff and Representative Nancy Pissed Off Pelosi, called the move dangerous political retaliation that endangers core public health functions, while supporters viewed it as accountability for alleged waste. Legal challenges are expected as terminations begin this week. Hopefully they stop the program of giving out drugs and needles and fucking government subsidized drug addiction, right? Adam Schiff is complaining. We need you on the stand. I'm not even going to give you no light. We need you on the stand, Adam Shifty shit. Gavin Newsom press office. This has become a familiar pattern. Trump publicly claims he will rip away public health funding from states that voted against him. No, you used the public health money to subsidize drug addicts, Newsom. Y'all understand public health money? When they say public health money, how that manifests is that they give money and they give drugs and needles to drug addicts in San Francisco. So when I ask you, do you want Trump, do you want Californication for the nation? This is a legitimate question. Do you want Californication for the nation? Do you want policies in your state and city that give health money instead of to elderly citizens, right? Instead, they give health coverage to immigrants, and then they give out drugs and needles to drug addicts, right? Children 0 to 18 years old can go full Medi-Cal coverage no matter their immigration status. This should have happened sooner. This is a beautiful MAGA mother who is in support of the broadcast. Why is Trump withholding? Now let's keep it funky, right? Let's keep it a buck. What did I tell? This is not the beginning, right? If you want to be pissed off, let me give you some more to be pissed off about, because Trump already withheld $40 million from California. But then, I did my research and it said it was more than 40 million. When I did my research the other day, it was like a couple $100 million has been withheld from California because of the CDLs. So he's withholding money from California because they won't change the immigrant status on a CDL application, because we want at least people who have CDLs to at least, at the very bare minimum, know how to read and write English, right? So he withheld millions from Colorado, and he withheld millions from California. If you want to be pissed off. If you want to be pissed off, because if you want to be pissed off at Trump withholding money. So now we're talking about Trump withholding money from California, and why. Why is Trump withholding now $600 million from Democratic states like, again, Colorado and California? Now, remember, again, Colorado has this issue with the CDLs. The transportation secretary asked California to make changes to the application process to make sure that people with CDLs knew how to read and write English. Colorado and California refused. The transportation secretary withheld millions of dollars from California. Now, again, Trump and the administration, can we get some hand claps? Is now withholding $600 million additional. How does it feel to be a citizen of California? I ask you, do you want Californication for the nation? We already have the highest gas prices, the highest gas taxes. All the refineries have left California. All the refineries. Children 0 to 18 years old can go full Medi-Cal. Now, remember, in California, we got Medi-Cal and Medicaid. You get dual coverage in California. How many people knew that? How many people knew that you get dual coverage in California? You can qualify for Medi-Cal and Medicaid. Did you know that? Medi-Cal and Medicaid. So here it is, Medi-Cal, which is not, there's a state program. They may not be able to get Medicaid because of Trump changes, but you can get Medi-Cal, which is a California coverage, no matter the immigration status. Adults 19 and older are currently eligible. Oh man, y'all can roast me in the chat. God, dog, I messed that up. Adults 19 and older are currently eligible for full Medi-Cal coverage regardless of immigration status. And this is January 2nd, 2026, because a lot of people will say, no. This is why Trump is withholding $600 million in CDC grants to 4 Democratic states. Why? Because we are roughly withholding $400 million affecting California programs. The majority is for California. $400 million like Bay Area initiatives and University of California research on LGBTQ communities. The Department of Health and Human Services spokesman said the grants do not reflect agency priorities. Let's go, MAGA. Is this not Make America Great Again? Is this not Make America Great Again? Refocusing the Democrat expenditures, just giving away money to drug addicts, buying needles, buying drugs, buying facilities and houses and all type of shit and places for them to pick up their shit is fucking ridiculous. This is not a joke when I ask you, do you want Californication for the nation? Do you want these level of subsidies in your state that pay for LGBT community and pay for fucking drug needles? When I say I'm afraid, I'm afraid when I ask people, do they want Californication for the nation? Do they want San Francisco and do they want San Francisco and Arkansas? I'm afraid they don't understand, because I think some of it is so unfathomable for someone who lives in Arkansas, that so much money, so much taxpayer state money would be spent on drug needles and programs for the LGBTQ when money is needed to make sure reservoirs are full in case fucking fires break out. That the fucking fire hydrants work. So I know y'all probably don't believe when we talk about some of these things. It's like, man, what are you talking about? Y'all let a whole city burn up. Y'all let a whole city burn up. Why would you not spend that $600 million on making sure that you're able to protect American cities? Why isn't that the focus? Why isn't that the focus? Did you know there was about $1 trillion in COVID fraud? Did you know there was about $1 billion Trump administration plans? Did y'all know that? I'm just giving up the news. Trump administration plans to cut $600 million in public funding to Colorado. But don't, I love this story, but I just want to continue to remind people that this is not the first time that we are having to cut money from Colorado and California. So Colorado and California have been wasting government money when it comes to this health care to drug addicts. But don't forget that we already cut damn near hundreds of millions of dollars also from Colorado and California because of the CDLs and them people losing their lives, and California and Colorado refusing to rectify the issue that would keep people who can't fucking read English off of the fucking road, you guys. Off of the fucking road. You cannot make this up. So if you want to be pissed, please know everything. I want you to be pissed. I want you to be pissed. I really do. I want you to know everything that we've done. I want you to be aware of all of our wins if you're going to be pissed. Don't just be pissed at this $600 million. Please do your research on the hundreds of millions that we withheld from California and Colorado. And please understand, what does that do to the California economy? If you live in California, what does that do to the California economy? So check this out. FBI files. Did y'all hear about the Epstein file? Epstein files. Double tap at the like button. Hashtag Epstein. Epstein files being released. $3.5 million document dump. And then everybody was pissed that the documents were redacted. Guess what Trump did? Trump released the motherfucking documents unredacted, man. Released the documents unredacted. A newly released FBI document from Epstein files details Trump's call to then Michael Ritter, where he said he had banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago, called him disgusting, labeled Ghislaine Maxwell his evil operative, and praised the investigation everyone knew about. So there's been, in my chat every day, they want to say Trump is evil, but they won't focus on the truth behind Jeffrey Epstein that I'll reveal here on my channel many times. Trump and the Republicans were not a friend of Jeffrey Epstein. Trump and the Republicans prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein twice and convicted him, including Ghislaine Maxwell. The Democrats allowed Jeffrey Epstein to get out of jail early. Sometimes the facts matter. Sometimes the facts matter, and I know people are hurt and upset about the Jeffrey Epstein story. But the Democrats under Obama administration, Jeffrey Epstein was released from his sentence time early. You cannot dispute that. During his incarceration when Obama was president, he was allowed to leave prison daily for hours. He was allowed to leave prison daily for hours, but that's not the thing that made me so upset about Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, because Hillary Clinton was in the White House at the same time. You know what made me the most upset about the Obama administration and Jeffrey Epstein is that we all know about the Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef. Now, Drake sued Kendrick Lamar because Kendrick Lamar did an album cover and it had Drake's house with these red dots. Everybody remember that? Double tap hit the like button if you remember, and put in the chat right now if you team Kendrick or team Drake. So Drake sued Kendrick because of the album cover. The red dots, he said this put a negative image on him because he hasn't committed that such a crime, and his company condoned the album cover and actually paid for it and put it out. So what made me upset about the whole Obama administration is Jeffrey Epstein. The reason I bring up Kendrick and Drake and those red dots is because after Jeffrey Epstein's conviction, now listen to this, when Jeffrey Epstein is being allowed to leave prison daily, he's one of those red dots. When Jeffrey Epstein is released early from prison, he's one of those red dots. And the Obama administration allowed Jeffrey Epstein access to a private plane and that private island when he was one of those red dots. See, this is the part that get left out. That's why I bring up Drake and Kendrick, and everybody understands. Right now, you can go to the website and you can look up, and you're going to get scared about how many red dots are in your neighborhood, especially if you live in a nice neighborhood. If you live in a nice neighborhood, there's probably a lot of red dots right fucking next door to you. And they can't go certain places. They can't be certain places. We get to know who they are because they are fucking predators. They are fucking predators, right? But Obama gave him his plane back. Obama gave him his island back. Obama let him leave jail early. Obama gave him his freedom. And they didn't make him check in. How do you let somebody with a red dot fly on a private plane? How do you let somebody that's a red dot have a private fucking island? That don't even sound right to everybody who's listening, who knows somebody related to somebody who's a fucking red dot. Right now it's sinking in. Damn, I never thought about that. Jeffrey Epstein was on that registered list. Jeffrey Epstein was a red dot. How the fuck does he have a private plane? How does he have a private island? That don't sound like red dot shit. Red dots are on the list. Red dots have to be monitored. Red dots got to check in so they don't reoffend. And Jeffrey Epstein fucking offended under Barack Obama. Partied on that damn island. Flew people on that damn jet. We got now with the 3.5 million documents released. What we know, when Jeffrey Epstein was a red dot motherfucker, Hakeem Jeffries said, "Do you want to have dinner?" Stacey Plaskett was on the phone. Chuck Schumer, we know this for a fact. When Jeffrey Epstein was a red dot motherfucker, he was still kicking it with the Democrats. He was still kicking it with the Democrats when he was a red dot. And now we know that Trump was the one who turned in Epstein. So now it makes sense when we see Epstein hating on Trump. When Epstein was on the phone with Stacey Plaskett, he was on the phone because he hated Trump and he wanted to get Trump. He told Stacey Plaskett, press the Stormy Daniels payoff. Because Trump told on him in early 2004, which led to the investigation that led to his first arrest. And then Trump was involved with his second arrest and conviction and convicted Ghislaine. Listen to the facts, ladies and gentlemen.
There are new details that sharply undercut years of media and Democrat speculation and assertions about Donald Trump. Newly released FBI interview records confirm that Trump personally contacted Florida police in 2006 during the original Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and not to shield Epstein, but to support law enforcement going after him. According to the former Palm Beach police chief, Trump called investigators and praised them for pursuing the case. He warned about Epstein abusing underage girls. Trump also flagged Ghislaine Maxwell as evil, and he urged the police in Florida to focus on her role in recruiting victims. This is all in the Epstein files. Trump was right. The entire narrative around him and Epstein was a hoax perpetrated by Democrats to deflect away from their own problems. The police chief told federal investigators that Trump was the only prominent figure who proactively reached out to assist their investigation at a time when Epstein was surrounded by powerful friends and enablers. The FBI records also reinforce longstanding reports that Epstein was barred from Mar-a-Lago after inappropriate conduct there. And there is more. Additional documents show Democratic Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett communicated with Epstein using a fake name, presumably to shield herself from scrutiny. Reports indicate Plaskett used a pseudonym while exchanging messages with Epstein in connection with official matters, raising new questions as more names surfaced in the expanding Epstein document release. We'll have more to come as the Epstein files continue to be reviewed, but it seems to me there's vindication here for Trump and more trouble for Democrats than the media has ever wanted you to know. It's Scott Jennings.
What's up with my boy Scotty? Y'all heard it here first. Donald Trump turned in Jeffrey Epstein to the FBI. Donald Trump turned in Epstein to the FBI and said Ghislaine Maxwell was evil.
Our new detail.
Double tap, hit the like button. I was right. I was right. I was right. I was right. Trump was right. Trump was right. 2004. And Trump never fuck with Epstein again. They can find no pictures, no evidence. Trump is the one who led to his conviction. That's why Epstein had a grudge. And it manifested all the way in fucking 2019 when he was still talking to Stacey Plaskett.
That sharply undercut years of media and Democrat speculation and assertions about Donald Trump. Newly released FBI interview records confirm that Trump personally contacted Florida police in 2006 during the original Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and not to shield Epstein, but to support law enforcement going after him. According to the former Palm Beach police chief, Trump called investigators and praised them for pursuing the case. He warned about Epstein abusing underage girls. Trump also flagged Ghislaine Maxwell as evil, and he urged the police in Florida to focus on her role in recruiting victims. This is all in the Epstein files. Trump was right. The entire narrative around him and Epstein was a hoax perpetrated by Democrats to deflect away from their own problems. The police chief told federal investigators that Trump was the only prominent figure who proactively reached out to assist their investigation at a time when Epstein was surrounded by powerful friends and enablers. The FBI records also reinforce longstanding reports that Epstein was barred from Mar-a-Lago after inappropriate conduct there. And there is more. Additional documents show Democratic Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett communicated with Epstein using a fake name, presumably to shield herself from scrutiny. Reports indicate Plaskett used a pseudonym while exchanging messages with Epstein in connection with official matters, raising new questions as more names surface in the expanding Epstein document release. We'll have more to come as the Epstein files continue to be reviewed, but it seems to me there's vindication here for Trump and more trouble for Democrats than the media has ever wanted you to know. It's Scott Jennings.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm not letting that go. I'm not letting that go. I got that. I played it before, but I think people need to see that video. I got the video. I think people need to see the video of Stacey Plaskett. I think people need to see the video. Stacey Plaskett has been called Epstein's fixer. Stacey Plaskett has been called Epstein's fixer.
The Democratic caucus, not only for voting with me, but for speaking on my behalf. Well, first I want to thank the Democratic caucus, not only for voting with me, but for speaking on my behalf during the general debate. as well as those members in the Republican Party who voted with the Democrats and those who tacitly voted with us by either voting present or not voting at all during the censure. And I'm hopeful that we can now get back to the work that we do in Congress rather than the political theater that has been happening. The files have been released, which I have been in favor of all along. And let's let the victims get their justice and let us get to the work of Congress. We've been on over a 70-day paid time off. Democrats have been doing town halls, coming back to Congress. Republicans have been nowhere in sight. And the people of this country are in need of our support and of the work that needs to be done.
We know that Epstein had property in the Virgin Islands, right?
Yes.
What was your relationship with Epstein?
So Jeffrey Epstein was a constituent. He was a resident of the Virgin Islands, lived there, I guess, more than half of the year because he was registered there. I had received donations from him after the last investigation came out, which was after this texting. I gave any donations that I had previously received from him to women's organizations and did not have any contact with him. But like many constituents, individuals get your phone number, they text you about issues, they speak with you. I have spoken with him about issues that are relevant, things that are going on in the Virgin Islands and elsewhere around the country.
Right, but on that day that we're talking about, you initiated the text exchange at 7:55 in the morning. So why were you even texting with Epstein at the time? He was a known sex offender then.
Sure. I explain to people, I've been a prosecutor for many years.
2019, I said Epstein was a red dot. This is Stacey Plastic, Jeffrey Epstein fixer. The question was, why were you texting Epstein when he was a red dot, motherfucker? Let's listen to the explanation.
About issues that are relevant, things that are going on in the Virgin Islands and elsewhere around the country.
Right, but on that day that we're talking about, you initiated the text exchange at 7:55 in the morning. So why were you even texting with Epstein at the time? He was a known sex offender then.
Sure. I explain to people, I've been a prosecutor for many years. And there are a lot of people who have information that are not your friends, that you use to get information to get at the truth. This was 7 years ago, and people need to understand this was a huge hearing that was taking place with Michael Cohen finally coming forward to talk about monies that he had with the hush money, potential hush money that had been paid to Stormy Daniels to keep her quiet about the allegations against Trump. We were entering a hearing. Lots of people were texting me. Lots of people were giving me information. And I found—
No. Remember, she said you initiated the text. Don't forget, everybody listening right now, whether you're on my side or not, Stacey Plastic initiated the conversation with Jeffrey Epstein. She had his number. She called him. In the text message, she asked him for help.
I find it really interesting and almost rich that the Washington Post took 30 seconds, one set of question line that I did, and say that Epstein was directing me as to what to question Michael Cohen.
You asked him. What?
I have 5 minutes of questioning. I had a lot of questions, 20 years of experience that I had at the time, along with other information I was getting from many sources about issues that should have been raised. And I also want to say that the issues that I raised in that hearing related to individuals who were closest to the president and who could know about money has never been looked into.
Right, and we have the full transcript right here. But, and no doubt you have an impressive resume, right? You're a former federal prosecutor. You were an impeachment manager. But yes or no, if Epstein had not brought up Rona to you in that text, would you have asked Michael Cohen about her independently?
Probably not. I asked about 3 other individuals as
well. Got him.
Everyone knew, other people knew that this woman had been the president's assistant. I talked about other individuals who were also close to him that other people had given me information about, that I'd found other information about. And there were other issues that I talked with him about as well, Michael Cohen, that I brought up during that time.
Right.
So as a prosecutor, as an investigator, you glean information, get information where you can. Some of it is relevant, some of it is not, and you put it all together and you ask the questions.
And I understand you're saying, look, he was a constituent, right? And whether or not they're good or bad, you're just trying to get information to get to the truth. But at this time, This was happening after he had already pleaded guilty to state prostitution charges. And then there was that Miami Herald article that came out in 2018 detailing how widespread the sexual abuse was, interviewing 80 women who said that he sexually abused her. So abused them, I should say. So I'm wondering, as you look back, do you think that it was an error in judgment to be communicating with him at all? Do you have any regrets?
Well, listen.
Do you hear the question? She just listed out how many things, like you couldn't find no one else. There was nobody better. Now, keep in mind that Stacey Plaskett is representative of Virgin Islands, and she received money and donations from Jeffrey Epstein. So it's not just the fact that Jeffrey Epstein had information on Michael Cohen. She is friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein is integral to her king-making process and her becoming representative. So it is much bigger and broader and beyond the fact that she was on the phone with him, but they are friends, and he donated to her campaign, and he called in a fucking favor. So she's asking with his convictions, with everything, and 80 women coming forward. You don't think it was bad policy to pick him?
Some of it is not, and you put it all together and you ask the questions.
And I understand you're saying, look, he was a constituent, right? And whether or not they're good or bad, you're just trying to get information to get to the truth. But at this time, this was happening after he had already pleaded guilty to state prostitution charges. And then there was that Miami Herald article that came out in 2018 detailing how widespread the sexual abuse was, interviewing 80 women who said that he sexually abused her. So abused them, I should say. So I'm wondering, as you look back, do you think that it was an error in judgment to be communicating with him at all? Do you have any regrets?
Well, listen, I think Jeffrey Epstein is a reprehensible person. Absolutely disgusting. I lived in a house during childhood with a mother who had been sexually abused by her dad. And I know the effect that that had on her, as well as us as her family. And so I understand what the victims are going through, and I want them to get their their justice, their peace out of this. I believe that Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth.
That information sounds like it was more important than the victims. Getting Trump, do you guys hear it? Getting Trump sounds like it was more important than the victims. That's sad, bro. It sounds like to me that getting Trump was more important than the victims. Because if she knew that he had done all of this, right? If she knew that he had done all of this, then why, and she's a prosecutor, right? If she's a prosecutor, why not, if she's a prosecutor and she knew he was guilty, then she's supposed to be putting him in jail. If he's a prosecutor, if she's she didn't care about him being in jail. She cared more about getting Trump. She cared more about getting Trump than prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein for his crimes. She said, we were trying to get Trump. The woman asked her, she had just been the investigation was fired back up, 80 women. All of this is fresh, and you still talking to him. Can't make this up. We talking about Stacey Plaskett, Jeffrey Epstein files, 3 million files being released unredacted. Let's get into it. Newly released documents reviewed by the Washington Post appear to indicate during 2019 hearing where Michael Cohen testified, multiple videos feeds from the hearing match texts which were sent in Pacific time with the video.
This was when Barack Obama was president of the United States. And while we were once driving through a struggling neighborhood.
So you see the text from Jeffrey Epstein. This is Stacey Plaskett. This is Perfect Time Podcast giving you the greatest reporting you're ever going to see on YouTube. This is Perfect Time Podcast giving you the greatest in-depth reporting you ever going to see on YouTube. Brand new Epstein file release. Stacey Plaskett. Donald Trump turned in Jeffrey Epstein in 2004. Democrats still working with him. What does it say? 2/27/19.
In Chicago, He commented that only Black people could live that way. Attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out, misled this committee even today in a written submission that contradicted your testimony. You have suggested you are going to review that. Did you review? Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record? Yes or no?
Yes.
Question: you helped out the president's campaign or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman, even in your words today. It was your idea for the campaign dating back to 2011. Is that accurate? Yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
And
are.
are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer. The
You got to
Trump
quickly give us
organization.
as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his, and she's involved in a lot that went on.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. We not done. We not done. Let me get some more. Those were the text messages. I got more. Let's do this one. I want to do this one. Stacy Plastic texting with Jeffrey Epstein as a red dot motherfucker. Stacy Plastic texting with Jeffrey Epstein as a red dot motherfucker. And I am attempting to share the screen with you guys. Stacy Plastic texting with Epstein as a red dot motherfucker. And I'm bringing it up. Y'all see the video. Let me make it big for y'all. Double tap, hit the like button. It's a storm and raining around here. People find the weirdest things. Double tap, hit the like button. There we go. There we go. Let's get into it, man. Double tap, hit the like. Stacy Plastic.
Jeffrey Epstein was texting with congressional delegate Stacy Plaskett while she was sitting in a congressional hearing with President Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, in 2019.
Did they reach out to you to talk with you about these payments?
No, ma'am.
And documents recently released by the House Oversight Committee now show that Plaskett, a delegate of the Virgin Islands, and Epstein, a resident of the Virgin Islands, were coordinating in real time Plaskett's questioning of Trump's former fixer during the hearing. At 2:24 p.m., Epstein texts, Cohen brought up Rona, keepers of the secrets. Plaskett responds, Rona? Quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym? Epstein replies, that's his assistant. About 7 minutes later, Plaskett asked Cohen about Trump's assistant.
As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his, and she's involved in a lot that went on.
Though her name was redacted in the documents, the Washington Post first reported that the timestamps line up with Plaskett's questioning in the hearing. Plaskett, who was a non-voting delegate, faced a vote to censure her after the text came to light, but it ultimately failed. Plaskett has defended her text with Epstein, saying that she took texts and calls from many of her constituents.
I've been a prosecutor for many years. I believe that Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having a friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have.
Jeffrey Epstein was texting with congressional delegate Stacy Plaskett while she was.
What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Hold on. Let's go back to my brother Scotty. Brand new Epstein files released. 3.5 million packages was released, and then it was redacted. Democrats complaining, oh, you redacted. Then we released it unredacted. The Democrats still complaining. Stacy Plastic friends with Jeffrey Epstein as a red dot motherfucker.
New details that sharply undercut years of media and Democrat speculation and assertions about Donald Trump. Newly released FBI interview records confirm that Trump personally contacted Florida police in 2006 during the original Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and not to shield Epstein, but to support law enforcement going after him. According to the former Palm Beach police chief, Trump called investigators and praised them for pursuing the case. He warned about Epstein abusing underage girls. Trump also flagged Ghislaine Maxwell as evil, and he urged the police in Florida to focus on her role in recruiting victims. This is all in the Epstein files. Trump was right. The entire narrative around him and Epstein was a hoax perpetrated by Democrats to deflect away from their own problems. The police chief told federal investigators that Trump was the only prominent figure who proactively reached out to assist their investigation at a time when Epstein was surrounded by powerful friends and enablers. The FBI records also reinforce longstanding reports that Epstein was barred from Mar-a-Lago after inappropriate conduct there. And there is more. Additional documents show Democratic Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett communicated with Epstein using a fake name, presumably to shield herself from scrutiny. Reports indicate Plaskett used a pseudonym while exchanging messages with Epstein in connection with official matters, raising new questions as more names surface in the expanding Epstein document release. We'll have more to come as the Epstein files continue to be reviewed, but it seems to me there's vindication here for Trump and more trouble for Democrats than the media has ever wanted you to know. It's Scott Jen.
I love the way you put that. Shout out to Scott, baby. Vindication for Trump and worse for the Democrats than they ever wanted you to know. Brand new release of Epstein files. Pam Bondi doing her 1-2 on Capitol Hill, going over the release of the Epstein files. Let's get into Pam Bondi. Where my beautiful baby at? Pam Bondi, Capitol Hill, release of the Epstein files. Let's get into it. Double tap, hit the like button. We release unredacted, and now they mad. This is Tom Massey going at Pam Bondi. Let's get into it. This is MAGA Red Meat. Double tap, hit the like button. This is what you came for.
Well, I think we can do that probably on
Next.
one of our members.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact, a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking, Co-Conspirators. Fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here. Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's listed as a co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex trafficking. Not to prostitution, not to money laundering, child sex trafficking. And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a co-conspirator.
Can I finish my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
He was,
Mr. Chairman.
This isn't how this works.
Can I have my time back? Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Can I give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman, may I give my answer on that? It's a political joke, and I need to give my answer on that.
We'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to his next question.
It's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed. There was one redaction out of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
4,700, and we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed politician. You need to get on
to watch the video.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I am reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim time
this is bigger than Watergate.
When I don't answer a question the way
This
you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
Now,
where the
I want to know at what
transparent-
point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not. And it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering. The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from AG Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files.
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes, but one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on this. How much time do we have? Oh, they just called. Okay. The chair now recognizes.
Pam Bondi, fire information. Fire information. Not done. Not done. I had some, where this other one I had queued up for y'all. queued up for my wonderful, wonderful audience. Love you guys so much. How y'all like that? How y'all like that? We not done. We not done. We not done. We not done. Epstein files released. 3.5 million pages redacted. Overnight, they released them unredacted.
This morning, a new document coming to light claims in the mid-2000s, President Trump called police about Jeffrey Epstein. Among the 3 million Epstein files released by the Department of Justice last month is a 4-page FBI report on an interview the Bureau conducted in 2019 with the man believed to be former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder. Ryder and his detectives began investigating Epstein for human trafficking in 2004. According to the document, Trump called Ryder around that time and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Ryder also says Trump said he threw Epstein out of his club, and he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. The former police chief says Trump told him to focus on Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she is evil.
Did you have any suspicions that he was molesting young women,
No, I had
underage
no
women?
idea. I had no idea.
Trump has long denied having any knowledge of Epstein's crimes, but Ryder says Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Epstein.
Double tap at the like button. Brand new revelation in the Epstein files release. This is in the Epstein files, everybody. Double tap at the like button. Brand new revelation in the Epstein files release. Perfect Summer Podcast. Like, share, subscribe. Let's get into it.
This morning, a new document coming to light claims in the mid-2000s, President Trump called police about Jeffrey Epstein. Among the 3 million Epstein files released by the Department of Justice last month is a 4-page FBI report on an interview the Bureau conducted in 2019 with the man believed to be former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder. Ryder and his detectives began investigating Epstein for human trafficking in 2004. According to the document, Trump called Ryder around that time and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Ryder also says Trump said he threw Epstein out of his club, and he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. The former police chief says Trump told him to focus on Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she is evil.
Did you have any suspicions that he was molesting young women,
No, I had
underage
no
women?
idea. I had no idea.
Trump has long denied having any knowledge of Epstein's crimes, but Ryder says Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Epstein.
Double tap at the like button, man. Brand new Epstein file release. Pam Bondi doing her 1, 2. I support Pam Bondi. Put a 1 in the chat if you support Pam Bondi. Put a 2 in the chat if you think Pam Bondi is not doing a good job. Put a 1 in the chat if you support Pam Bondi. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Let's get into this Epstein testimony file release. Pam Bondi doing her 1, 2. Capitol Hill.
The president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump?
Excellent.
Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, all the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
Obama could have created a law, released the documents. 8 years in the office. Instead, he released Jeffrey Epstein early. I said Obama could have created a law to release the Epstein file. Instead, he released Jeffrey Epstein early out of jail. He could have created a law. Trump signed the law into effect. Double tap at the like button. Pam Bondi.
The president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016.
I love her. I love her. None. Arctic frost. This is why we got to have Clintons testify. This is why Tulsi Gabbard is going after Barack Obama, because who initiated the investigation in 2016, illegally subpoenaed Trump's cell phone, his vice president's cell phone? It was Obama. When you hear about Tulsi Gabbard going, and then Tulsi Gabbard uncovering these documents, these illegal secret investigations into the Russia hoax and the impeachment, let's go, MAGA. Damn it, I love Pam Bondi. Damn it, I love Pam Bondi. Y'all don't understand. When they try to tell you to hate Pam Bondi, it's just like these people with the goddamn tariffs or taxes. They want to divide the base. Pam Bondi kicks much ass. She said, I'm not going for it. Woo!
The president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump?
It take Pam Bondi. I love her. All of you just spineless. It takes a woman, and then it's so easy. It's so easy from your high horses to say that this woman who is highly more qualified, highly more educated, is not doing her job. And look at her courage and bravery in the face of adversity. She's the only one saying, did you apologize? Did you apologize? You have the sanctimonious asinine to ask me, did I apologize because I'm a woman and I'm blonde and you think I'm weak? Fuck you, I'm not going for it. Did you apologize for that fake Russia hoax bullshit? It took a woman to say, and all you wusses in the chat, Pam Bondi this, Pam Bondi that. Ballless, spineless wusses.
You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap or hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Man, I love you guys, man. Man, I love you guys, man. I really do, man. We going in. Great podcast. Man, double tap, hit the like button, man. Giving you all the information. We got more from Mrs. Pam Bondi on the Capitol Hill. More from Mrs. Pam Bondi on Capitol Hill. Y'all need to hear about it because he asked her to apologize. And Pam Bondi like, is you going to apologize? Shit. Kiss my ass. Apologize.
Through December of 20.
MAGA, no apologies. No forgiveness. Sweep the leg. Hashtag sweep the leg. Cobra Kai, MAGA in the damn building. Sweep the leg, MAGA. Sweep the leg.
2025, we received messages at my office that said, I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew. I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions. Although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us.
Sweep the leg, MAGA! Sweep the leg! I don't want to hear you, whiny baby. We're going to sweep the leg. Get out the game. If you don't know how to play ball, get out the game. Sweep the leg, Bondi.
And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Double tap, hit the like button. Bondi doing her 1-2. Celebrate this woman. See, why is it so hard to get a woman to be celebrated for being competent, for being successful, for doing her job? That's Barron Trump. What did Barron Trump say? She will prosecute anyone.
Through December of 2025, we received messages at my office.
Hold on. She will prosecute anyone, right? She will prosecute anyone, right? And they want to ask her to apologize. It's Pam Bondi refusing to apologize. Pam Bondi testifying about the Epstein files. Epstein files released $3.5 million file dump, redacted overnight. They just released it again, unredacted. They pissed off on Capitol Hill. They mad. They said Pam Bondi released the victims' names purposely. But I just remember, because I do a podcast every day, and I remember the Democrats bitching and whining and moaning about the redactions. Now we unredacted it, and they still bitching, whining, and moaning. Pam Bondi.
Been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only to then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Ghislaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
Chair now recognizes the chair.
And what you have done.
Time of the gentlelady expired. The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back. We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French.
Double tap, hit the like button. Y'all see what it is. Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, coming in with the dash. Let's get into it, baby. We played the Thomas Massey clip. What else we got? They said somebody tried to catch her in a aha moment. This is another aha moment. They tried to catch our sister in. Let's show it. This is some political theater. That's all the Democrats got. I'ma show it. I reluctantly to show it, but it is entertainment value to it because it's just staged. They look like Hollywood. I'm not gonna make fun of the victims, but this is political. Y'all saying propaganda. This is what it looks like. Political theater.
To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, Please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the question.
So a woman, look at what we're looking at. A woman, is this perverted? A woman is asking a woman to apologize to other women for what rich white men did to these women. This is how much the Democrats draw these fake outrage. A woman is asking another woman to apologize to victims of rich white men. Why would a woman need to apologize to these women? This is sick and perverted, Democrats. These were victims of rich white men, not women. Why are you beating up another woman? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Like she said, Merrick Garland sat here. You've never asked one man. You haven't asked one man who sat here to apologize to and men are the ones victimizing these women and girls. What is this so sick about the Democrats? Why are you asking a woman to apologize to these women?
And the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions. The witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the answer. So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am
twice
reclaiming
when he
my
sat in
time,
my
and when
chair?
I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady's reclaimed
I'm
her
not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say
I'll
this.
direct it to
What a
you.
massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is interrupting.
I'm not going to get in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing
and
theatrics.
let me have my time.
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only to then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Ghislaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
Chair now recognizes the chair.
and what you have done.
Time of the gentlelady expired. The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back. We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought.
That's sick, brothers. Brothers and sisters, that is sick and perverted. That's what we come to the Democratic Party. We want women to apologize for these rich, racist, sexist white men proclivities. That's how we fix this problem. Ain't that some shit? The Democrats are pieces of shit. That's how we fix the problem. These rich white men, Bill Gates, Woody Harrelson, well, all these motherfuckers, man, even the magician, they had a fucking, was that the famous magician? Was on the island, hanging out on the island. Not David Blaine, but the one from when I was a kid. All these sick rich white men, and her answer is to get Pam Bondi, a woman, to apologize. I've never seen them do that to a man. Somehow, and you know the victims are victims. They hurt. The victims are hurt, and the victims have been through pain. So you know what we call that pain? We call that pain trauma. And there's something called trauma bonding. Shout out to Pam Bondi. So what she effectively did was basically pimp out the victims. I see the Democrats do it all the time. You're a victim, you have pain, you have trauma. I'm going to pimp out your trauma. You should focus your pain and trauma toward this woman, Pam Bondi. No, the woman did not sexually assault you. Women are not have enough power to traffic girls and kids. Women don't own islands. Women don't have the private planes. But the Democrats are going to pimp out these victims, pimp out their trauma, and say, I know how you can get a good night's sleep. Focus your trauma and anger not on Epstein, not on Clinton, not on this great mafia, this table, these table of white rich men. No, everybody in America, how we fix this problem is we want Pam Bondi to apologize. Democrats figured it out. Democrats, y'all figured it out. I know how we fixed the problem with Jeffrey Epstein. We need Pam Bondi to resign, and we need Pam Bondi to apologize. No rich, white, evil white men who committed the crime will go to jail. No rich, evil white men that need to be prosecuted. No, we want Pam Bondi. We want Pam Bondi's head. That's what we want. Isn't that sick, you guys? How does that fix anything?
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump.
The problem is Pam Bondi is motherfucking Trump's goddamn knight in the motherfucking forest, cutting off motherfucking Democratic heads in Minnesota, in Los Angeles, wherever the fuck we go. That's why they don't like Pam Bondi. And every time she appeared on Capitol Hill, she got Trump back. She just told them motherfuckers, did you apologize to Trump for your fake ass investigations? Pam Bondi got Trump back. That's why South Park put brown on her nose. The reason they don't want Pam Bondi next to Trump, because Pam Bondi is a motherfucking soldier. Pam Bondi is a motherfucking soldier.
Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
I'm reclaiming my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop the clock. The legislation. This is
Time
belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone.
A witness statement is not motherfucking proof. You hear this shit? If anybody just committed a crime, it was your ass. I just played this video right here. Let's contradict this motherfucker right now. I'm not gonna let this motherfucker even get that bullshit out of his mouth, because I am the one with the motherfucking gavel in my hand, and I'm doing this shit today. He gonna bring up hearsay. He gonna bring up hearsay from a motherfucking 1-800 tip line that I cannot and has not and will not be be verified. I got verifiable information, motherfucker. I can't believe these goddamn Democrats. Watch it. Watch it.
Undercut years of media and Democrat speculation and assertions about Donald Trump. Newly released FBI
Democrat assertions about Donald Trump. Let me play it again. Do y'all hear what the fuck he said from the beginning? Do y'all hear what the fuck he said? Let's play this. Oh, I was about to say something mean about this motherfucker. I was about to say something mean. Listen to this piece of shit.
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock.
sign
the clock.
the legislation. This is
I'd like to reclaim my
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center.
Is a witness statement evidence? Is a witness statement evidence? Don't we get a chance to defend ourselves against our accusers? Is a witness statement verifiable evidence? Who is the liar, everybody? Is a witness statement verifiable evidence? Or is it hearsay? That's why it's in the fucking comment section. Let's go to what Trump actually did. Let's go to what Trump actually did.
New details that sharply undercut years of media and Democrat speculation and assertions about Donald Trump. Newly released FBI interview records confirm that Trump personally contacted Florida police in 2006 during the original Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and not to shield Epstein, but to support law enforcement going after him.
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. This clown said Bondi lied under oath. He wants to use this goddamn 1-800 number fucking comment hearsay from somebody who we don't even fucking know. You have to verify a fucking witness. It ain't been proved by law enforcement, 12 jurors, a fucking judge, adjudication, nothing. He wants to use a fucking comment. Not the facts of the matter that in 2004, Donald Trump testified against Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's why Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump. That's why Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump. Let's play it one more time for this piece of shit. Let's play it one more time for this piece of shit. I can't believe this.
New details that sharply undercut years of media and Democrat speculation and assertions about Donald Trump. Newly released FBI interview records confirm that Trump personally contacted Florida police in 2006 during the original Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and not to shield Epstein, but to support law enforcement going after him.
That's the answer to his question, this piece of shit. This is this piece of shit over here asking this Donald Trump in a party with underage, and then he said you lie under oath based on the fucking 1-800 number. Let's listen to this shit again. I just gave you the facts of the matter. I just gave you the facts of the matter. Listen.
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those.
So he said that. So what we know for a fact is, the fact is in 2000, and then, you know, he doesn't say what's the date. He doesn't say when such thing happened, because he knows that she would impeach him. But we know now in 2006, Jeffrey Epstein was convicted in 2008. Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton let him go free in 2009 during their White House administration. Did y'all know that? They let Jeffrey Epstein leave jail every day and let Jeffrey Epstein leave. His sentence was adjudicated. He got out early. He didn't serve his full time under Obama.
There are new details that sharply undercut years of media and Democrat speculation and assertions about Donald Trump. Newly released FBI interview records confirm that Trump personally contacted Florida police in 2006 during the original Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and not to shield Epstein, but to support law enforcement going after him. According to the former Palm Beach police chief, Trump called investigators and praised them for pursuing the case. He warned about Epstein abusing underage girls. Trump also flagged Ghislaine Maxwell as evil, and he urged the police in Florida to focus on her role in recruiting victims. This is all in the Epstein files. Trump was right. The entire narrative around him and Epstein was a hoax perpetrated by Democrats to deflect away from their own problems. The police chief told federal investigators that Trump was the only prominent figure who proactively reached out to assist their investigation at a time when Epstein was surrounded by powerful friends and enablers. The FBI records also reinforce longstanding reports that Epstein was barred from Mar-a-Lago after inappropriate conduct there. And there is more. Additional documents show Democratic Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett communicated with Epstein using a fake name, presumably to shield herself from scrutiny. Reports indicate Plaskett used a pseudonym while exchanging messages with Epstein in connection with official matters, raising new questions as more names surface in the expanding Epstein document release. We'll have more to come as the Epstein files continue to be reviewed, but it seems to me there's vindication here for Trump and more trouble for Democrats than the media has ever wanted you to know. It's got Jenny.
Do you think this vindicates Trump, or do you believe this clown?
Yeah, I may claim my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please
Trump
stop the
to
clock.
sign
Stop the clock.
the legislation. This is
Time.
ridiculous.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
I told you they don't want Pam Bondi there. They don't want Pam Bondi there because Pam Bondi is a soldier for Trump. Double tap hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. When you subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign. Remember, you guys, remember who said it first. You can subscribe, become a member for less than 10 cents a day, or you can feed a starving Somalian. Double tap hit the like button. Perfect time in podcast with the blast. Here we go.
This morning, a new document coming to light claims in the mid-2000s, President Trump called police about Jeffrey Epstein. Among the 3 million Epstein files released by the Department of Justice last month is a 4-page FBI report on an interview the Bureau conducted in 2019 with the man believed to be former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder. Ryder and his detectives began investigating Epstein for human trafficking in 2004. According to the document, Trump called Ryder around that time and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Ryder also says Trump said he threw Epstein out of his club, and he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. The former police chief says Trump told him to focus on Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she is evil.
Did you have any suspicions that he was molesting young women,
No, I had
underage
no
women?
idea. I had no idea.
Trump has long denied having any knowledge of Epstein's crimes, but Ryder says Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were
I had no idea.
investigating Epstein.
Double tap at the like button. Trump was the first to call. Trump was one of the first to call. You don't have to call. It's okay, girl. Cause Trump told it all the truth. You don't have to call. It's okay, girl. Cause Trump told them all the truth. You don't have to call. It's okay, girl. Cold champion.
Others on this large piece of equipment. A haul truck is used to move rock or coal and is capable of carrying loads of nearly 250 tons. The tires are 12 feet tall. When I stand next to one, I barely reach the middle of the tire. It's the best job I've ever had, and not just because of the cool mom points I get for driving big equipment. My job supports my family. It supports our community, and it keeps the lights on and electricity affordable, not just in Indiana, but across the country. As demand increases and our lives become increasingly electrified, America needs to generate more electricity, not less. For years, coal miners have felt the weight of policies that made our future uncertain. Over the past year, that weight has begun to lift. My son, Isaac, who's here today, has friends whose parents also work at Bear Run. And when you grow up seeing huge mining equipment from the road, like Isaac and his friends do, you dream about the day when you get to run that equipment. When a mine closes, families don't just lose their jobs. They're often forced to leave their communities, their schools, and their support systems behind. The common sense policies to keep coal plants running implemented by this administration mean that my husband and I can keep working, stay where we are, and continue raising our son in our community that we call home. And the impact is even greater than that because you, Mr. President, have single-handedly kept utility prices affordable, the lights on, and our jobs alive. We are real people under these hard hats. On behalf of America's coal miners, thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing the value of coal and the value of the people who power this industry every day.
Donald Trump, cold champion. Donald Trump, cold champion. He just got awarded the cold championship today. Donald Trump at a coal keeps the lights on event. Trump accepted the inaugural Undisputed Champion of Beautiful Clean Coal Award from the Washington Coal Club and praised miners for powering homes and factories with reliable, low-cost energy. An Indiana coal worker thanked him emotionally, saying, "We are real people under these hard hats." Trump then signed an executive order directing long-term power deals with coal plants to strengthen national defense and grid reliability amid industry claims of rising pay and generation under his policies. This is Trump right here, signing it into law right here, getting rid of them Obama restrictions. Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! I never seen Biden sign anything like that. I'm sorry. I had to. I just noticed. I said Trump motor skills is pretty damn good. I said I've never seen Biden move like that. I had to call that out.
Okay. Here you go, fellas. Take this. There you go. I'll get up. Okay, come on. You guys okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Here you go, fellas. Take this. There you go. I'll get up. Okay, come on. You guys okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Clap it up for Trump, everybody. Clap it up for coal miners of America.
Okay. Here you go, fellas. Take this. There you go. I'll get up. Okay, come on. You guys okay?
Yeah, I'm good. How's everybody doing out there? Champion Cole, champion Cole, champion. We ain't done. Here's him getting this award. Here's him getting this award from the coal miners of America. America first, man. America first, straight up.
Appreciation. The trophy says the undisputed champion of beautiful clean coal. Thank you, sir. To show our appreciation,
This is the Coal Miners Association of America presenting Trump with the coal champion, the clean coal. Trump just signed an initiative to remove Obama era EPA regulations. That's going to free up the coal industry. He also signed executive order directing Pete Hegseth and the Department of War to purchase $1.some trillion in coal, saving West Virginia and coal mining, just like he gave $12 billion to the farmers. This is America first.
trophy says the undisputed champion of beautiful clean coal. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Clean coal champion, $1 trillion being invested in the coal industry, $1 trillion being invested in the coal industry right now. This is talking about national security. This is reinforcing America first, make America great again. And you know what I remember? I remember during the campaign, I remember Trump talking about coal. I remember Trump talking about coal and clean coal during the campaign. So I'm excited to report about this, because this is when we say MAGA, when we get excited about MAGA, America first, this is what it's all about, man. Actual real jobs, actually helping real American red, white, and blue individuals like me and you. God bless America. God bless Trump. Let's hear more from the champion of coal.
And I'm proud to officially name the undisputed, just when did this come out, Mr. Speaker? The undisputed champion of beautiful clean coal. We have to proceed. Always, I don't use the word coal. You know, it needs a PR job because it had a bad reputation for a while. So we're not allowed to say the word coal anymore. It has to be preceded by beautiful clean coal. Okay? We're cleaning it up. Very good. And I'm proud to officially name the undisputed, just when did this come out, Mr. Speaker? The undisputed champion of beautiful, clean call. We have to proceed. Always, I don't use the word call. It needs a PR job because it had a bad reputation for a while. So we're not allowed to say the word call anymore. It has to be preceded by beautiful, clean call.
Beautiful, clean call in the chat right now. Beautiful, 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 clean coal. This is the coal champion, Donald Trump, $1 trillion investment in coal and rescinding Obama EPA era regulations to free up the coal industry in America. Let's go, MAGA.
Proud to officially name the undisputed, when did this come out, Mr. Speaker? The undisputed champion of beautiful, clean coal. We have to proceed. Always, I don't use the word call. It needs a PR job because it had a bad reputation for a while. So we're not allowed to say the word call anymore. It has to be preceded by beautiful, clean coal. Okay? We're cleaning it up. Very good. And I'm proud.
We cleaning it up, everybody. Y'all agree in the chat. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Clean coal for the whole world. We cleaning up the coal. Double tap, hit the like button. How you like the clean coal, man? Donald Trump, champion of coal. I'm giving you the news right now. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Thank you, everybody, man. Everybody watching, man. I need you to like, share, and subscribe. Continue to support Trump glitches. Just keep on trying to hate, but we not going to accept. President Trump participates in the Champion of Coal event, and we so excited and we happy about that. So I love my chat, man. chat, my chat said that we got basically Trump basically just saved West Virginia. I'm so excited about that. You know what I'm saying? Because I agreed with that sentiment that Trump basically saved West Virginia, but it's not just West Virginia. It's all over America, down home every day. Grassroots Americans positively affected by Trump policies again, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I love it, man. I love it.
We don't use auto pens. There's no.
Did you hear what he said? Hashtag auto pen is the greatest president ever in the world. Hashtag auto pen. Trump said as he signed the legislation, we don't use auto pens. Let's go, MAGA.
We don't use auto pens. There's no auto pen. Okay. Come on
Love
up.
him.
That's great.
I fucking love him. Fucking best.
Okay. Here you go, fellas. We don't use auto pens. There's no auto pen. Okay. Come on up. That's great.
Come on up, man. Come on up, man. Come on up, man. Coal miners of America. No auto pen. Trump saving America one day at a time, one signature at a time. One signature at a time. I heard somebody say, go back to Minnesota. Let's go back to Minnesota. We're going back, ladies and gentlemen. Back into ice. Back into the ice ages. Tom Homan accuses Biden of intentionally unsecuring border and resurface clip. Tom Homan, Trump border czar and Obama border czar, former ICE acting director, said on Bill Maher's show in September that Biden deliberately unsecured U.S.-Mexico border to release migrants into sanctuary cities. He pointed to Biden's early motives like hating wall construction, ending remain in Mexico, expanding parole, and the CBP One app, which fueled over 10 million encounters from 2021 to 2024. Under Trump, since January 2025, Southwest border apprehensions dropped 96% to 6,000 in December. Historical lows with zero releases for 8 months, while Democrats highlight Biden's failed asylum restrictions, a block partisan bill. Double tap, hit the like button. Tom Homan. Remember, Barack Obama awarded Tom Homan a presidential combination, the presidential award for helping Barack Obama deport so many people, like 11 men under his president. Remember, Barack Obama had more deportations and more kills.
Why do you think the Democrats did this? I mean, it was not just bad for the country to have completely open borders. I mean, even the liberals understand that now. It was also bad politically. Why?
What was
I get asked that all the time. I don't understand. I worked for 6 presidents starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I worked for, even Clinton, Obama, took some steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have strong national security if you don't have border security. No one did it better than President Trump. Like him or love him, most successful when it comes to border security and the safety of this nation, no one's done it better. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of this nation that came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. There wasn't an accident. It wasn't. Why? I don't really know. The only thing I can guess is they saw a future political benefit from letting millions of people in the United States, whether they thought they're future Democratic voters. But remember, when he signed 90 executive orders destroying everything we did, he also overturned the Trump census rule, which means millions of people released in sanctuary cities will be counted in the next census. What's that mean? More seats in the House for the Dems. There's no other reason. Because I asked every Democrat I ever talked to, what's the downside in a secure border? What's the downside in less illegal drugs killing Americans? What's the downside in less sex trafficking of women and children? What's the downside in less terrorists coming across the country? What's the downside? They can't give you a downside. So they must have saw a future political benefit.
What's the downside? What's the downside? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. One more time. Tom Homan.
Why do you think the Democrats did this? I mean,
Ice, baby. This question comes up a lot in my chat. Why did Biden open the border and not have a plan?
It was not just bad.
Or did he? Muahaha.
Why do you think the Democrats did this? I mean, it was not just bad for the country to have completely open borders. I mean, even the liberals understand that now. It was also bad politically. Why? I get asked that all the time. I don't understand. I worked for 6 presidents starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I worked for, even Clinton, Obama, took some steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have strong national security if you don't have border security. No one did it better than President Trump. Like him or love him, most successful when it comes to border security and the safety of this nation, no one's done it better. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of this nation that came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. There wasn't an accident. It wasn't. Why? I don't really know. The only thing I can guess is they saw a future political benefit from letting millions of people in the United States, whether they thought they're future Democratic voters.
Who believes that? Who believes that the Democrats knew that they would fail and Biden opened the borders? He said, I worked for Democrats and Republicans. Every president, up until Biden, this has never happened before. Even I worked for Obama. Obama understood. Democrats, until Biden understood, you had to secure and have a safe border. All of a sudden, it's the first time in history Biden opens the border. Bill said, why? He said because they wanted Democratic voters. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree that Biden opened. This is Tom Homan speculating that Biden opened the border because Democrats wanted to increase their political voting base. Let me know in the chat. Speak out right now.
Why do you think the Democrats did this? I mean, it was not just bad for the country to have completely open borders. I mean, even the liberals understand that now.
So first, let's stop right there. Bill Maher, Democrat, gave Barack Obama $1 million, and he agrees. Why are we in Minnesota? This is what we going back to the ice age in Minnesota. He said even limit, but this is an old video, right? Everybody changed their tune now because Trump won the presidency and Trump is doing so well. The economy is winning. The tariffs actually are winning. They have nothing else to talk about. So now they've changed their tune. First, he said liberals agreed that the border was fucked up and something went wrong. They don't say that anymore. You hear liberals in the street fucking protesting, trying to keep Ecuadorian criminals and trying to stop ICE from arresting people with fucking warrants.
It was also bad politically. Why? I get asked that all the time. I don't understand. I worked for 6 presidents starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I worked for, even Clinton, Obama, took some steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have strong national.
I worked for 6 presidents, going back to Ronald Reagan. That matters, you guys, in context of this conversation. Tom Homan said, I worked for 6 presidents, going back to Reagan. I didn't know Tom Homan had that much history. How many people knew that? I knew that he worked for Obama. I knew Obama gave him an accommodation. I didn't know that he went back 6 presidents all the way to Reagan. He said, I worked for 6 presidents. All of them understood it was important to secure the border. That's going back, what, 50, 60? How many years is that? 1980. So what is that? Going back damn near 40 years, 40, 50 years. And it's the first time. So Bill Maher asked him, why did Biden do it? And this has been speculated in my chat for weeks now. I sometimes I disagree with some of my chat. My chat said they did it. My chat, W chat right now. My chat said weeks ago, perfect. Biden did it because they wanted voters. Here's Tom Homan saying exactly what my chat said 2 weeks ago. W chat right now. W chat.
Security, it's on border security. No one did it better than President Trump. Like him or love him, most successful when it comes to border security and the safety of this nation, no one's done it better. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of this nation that came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. There wasn't an accident. It wasn't.
Why?
I don't really know. The only thing I can guess is they saw a future political benefit from letting millions of people in the United States.
They saw future political benefit from letting these people in the United States. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Tom Homan. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Tom Homan. My chat been saying this for 2 weeks. They saw a political benefit from letting these people in the chat. Huh? They saw a political benefit. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. Huh? If you agree. The Democrats knew they were losing their power. The Democrats were trying to shore up their base. My chat been saying that for weeks now. Right? 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 Oh, that's powerful. Oh, that's powerful. I'm going to highlight that. I'm going to read that. I'm going to highlight that. Biden opened the border to offset the black voters who switched to Republicans. I don't know when you got here, brother. I hope you like, share, and subscribe. But I started off my podcast today. Talking about a red wave. I talked about a red wave. I talked about how black women have not been visible in any of these protests. Black women, and if you know about politics and signifiers and markers and what people look for to indicate how votes are going to go, people look at black women because black women are culture leaders, right? And culture makers. So I've been noticing no black women at the No Kings, no black women at the Ice Out protest, no black children leaving school because they black mamas would probably whoop their ass. And now I start to see, now first I saw the absence of black women, right? Then I saw a bunch of videos on TikTok where black women and white women are starting to say that I saw a white woman take her daughter out of school. I saw a couple white women and they weren't Republican. They weren't MAGA Republicans. They were just pissed off that kids were being violent outside of school during the school day, during school hours, and they were not being supervised. I've seen a change. I've seen a shift. You are absolutely right. And this is even on top of what the Democrats had to deal with. The Democrats were dealing with people like me. Biden was afraid. That's why Biden had that back and forth with Charlemagne. Biden, at the time when Biden ran, they still had black women. That's why they chose Kamala Harris. If the Democrats lose black women, does anybody care about real shit? Does anybody care about real shit? If the Democrats lose black women, and that's happening today, who do they have? It's their fucking base. They already lost black men. That's why Barack Obama went after black men. That's why Joe Biden went after black men. Joe Biden told Charlemagne, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Barack Obama, again, attacked black men for not voting for Kamala. That was because they felt like they had black women shored up. That's changing. I'm watching it every day. I'm watching white women, I'm watching black women, I'm watching Latino women being turned off by the Democratic Party, and the Democrats are high. I've seen this before. The Democrats are high. The protests are making Democrats, I see the Democrat politicians smiling. Remember how high they got during the 43-day shutdown? That affected them negatively too. The Democrats are getting high off these protests. They think it signifies something. They are not paying attention to the facts on the ground. I see it in my chat every day. The Democrats are being disillusioned by these protests. They think it's Democratic support. And what's really happening are these protests, and children leaving schools are turning off mothers. Black mothers, to be specific. And that was a Democratic stronghold. They've already lost black men. You heard Tucker Carlson talk about it. You heard Milo talk about it. Conservatives and pundits realize that black men, they showed numbers on CNN, how black men have begun to lead the Democratic Party going back to the 1990s, and the percentages keep growing. Every presidential election, more and more black men lean more toward the right. What happens to the Democratic Party if that's now black women who control 75% of black households because they're single mother led? If black women turn conservative, that means black children turn conservative. What then happens to the Democratic Party? These are real things. This is the real thing there is no blue wave. There is no blue wave. There is no blue. I am seeing an actual red wave. I am seeing a red wave. I am seeing more and more black mothers on TikTok asking questions about what, and that's just surprising to me. I see a lot of black mothers and white mothers, single mothers asking questions on TikTok and YouTube. Like, they're saying, I don't understand the protests. There were 300,000 people coming across the border at one time, and we needed that to stop. We needed the borders to close. I just played the video. The reason why I stopped is because, see, mothers who run these households, 75%, we have a high divorce rate. We have a high rate of single mothers, black and white. And what they're saying is they are confused about the protest, because when they learn the truth, what they're learning is that ICE is arrested 600,000 deportees in 2025 with no incident. They're able to go to state without a problem. They go to Minnesota, they run into a problem. So women and mothers are asking, what is going on? Why are we protesting? Why are you letting kids out of school when we want the criminals out of the community? We want to be safer. See, people like what happened to Washington, D.C. People like what happened to Memphis. People like what happened to New Orleans. People like what happened to Charlotte, North Carolina. I saw mothers make videos. It's safer in Memphis. It's safer in D.C. It's safer in New Orleans. It's safer in Charlotte. After ICE came and arrested 10,000 immigrants, it's safer in Chicago. It's safer in L.A. And a lot of men are fucking pussies. You don't see men, you see men trolling, but they're fucking pussies. But I see women using TikTok. So you fucking men are fucking idiots and you're fucking pussies. You're not using social media. But I see mothers, they love TikTok, and they're on TikTok and they're having conversations and they are asking the real questions. What the fuck is going on? Why is it such a problem for federal agents to do their job? While everybody is doing propaganda, moms got to pay rent. Moms want to know about the Somalian fraud. Why the fuck are you not arresting people for the 19 billion? See, we can troll on here. We can do all this stupid shit, but see, 75% divorce rates, 75% single mother-led households, and they don't give a fuck about all this stupid shit we argue about every day. I am telling you, I am noticing mothers. They are tired of the bullshit. Moms want to know about shrinkflation. Hello? Moms give a fuck about Walmart doubling prices and lying about how much meat weighs. Shrinkflation, where we're in the supermarket and I explained to my wife about shrinkflation and nothing is 16 ounces anymore. The prices is high. Goods and commodities have come down for Walmart. But companies have not went back to 16 ounces. Do you idiot motherfuckers know what shrinkflation is? Moms do. Moms know that everything used to be 16 ounces. Shrinkflation, and package looks the same. The package looks the same, but if you read it, it says 12 ounces. And you're paying more money despite the Trump economy lowering goods prices for Walmart. They charging you more money for less product. And you wonder why you got to keep going shopping every week. People making videos, oh, I got to go shopping. I got to go shopping. Shrinkflation, motherfucker. Shrinkflation. Look at what the fuck you buying. You used to get 24 ounces. You used to get 16 ounces. You're getting 8 ounces and 12 ounces, and you're paying more money. Walmart is charging you more for eggs, despite the eggs have come down in price. Moms are fed up with the bullshit. I'm just being honest. Moms, all of the people who have a stick up their ass are men, are lonely piece of shit ass men. In my chat are lonely piece of shit ass men who are fucking broke. You don't fucking donate. Women have to pay fucking bills, go to fucking work, and they are sick and tired of the Democratic bullshit. They are looking at these protests. You know where they really fucked up with moms? You know where they really fucked up with moms? See, moms are the consumers. Women are mega consumers on America. They lead the households. They have the most jobs. They are the head of household. You know where they fucked up with moms? When you fuck with the schools, bro. When you let the kids get out. When you let the kids get out, bro. That's when you, that really fucked with, the Democrats have no idea. Yeah, it all started with Biden. Shrinkflation. They don't know about shrinkflation. But when they told the kids to leave school and single moms had to hear on the phone, your son is outside beating up an adult. Single mothers had to come and they had to leave their job. Because I played video, they opened up the high schools and what happened? The kids went crazy. They weren't supervised. They got to be violent. So then now moms got to get called. That's when you fucked up, bro, when you let the kids out of school. Now moms are clued in. Now moms are listening to me and they like, what the fuck is going on? I don't give a fuck no more. The mothers are, fuck all that ICE protest shit. Why my kid ain't in school? Why the fuck I had to leave work? Fuck a goddamn immigrant who don't have a fucking citizenship, who don't supposed to be here. Now you woke up the mothers of America. Now you fucked up. Now they paying attention to people like me. Now they want to know. Now they want to ask questions. What's going on, Perfect, with the protests? Why is there violence in Minnesota? There was no violence anywhere else. Oh, Perfect just explained it to me. So the Minnesota leadership, those fucking pussy-ass white men, told Trump no. When Trump went to New Orleans, when Trump went to every other state with ICE, Tom Homan said, give me access to the prisons. The Republican leadership said yes. The reason there were violence in Minnesota is because when Tom Homan and Trump got to Minnesota, they said no. They said they won't give them access to the Medi-Cal. They won't give them access to the prisons. And then they told police to stand down. And then Congress people in Minnesota created things called ICE Watch and told people to fight the federal officers. Now mamas are like, oh, okay. These fucking Democrats are fucking up to the bullshit again. They listening to me. They listening to me. And they can understand clearly what I'm saying. He just said, Trump and Homan went state to state and asked for permission to access prisons and Medi-Cal and data to get data and information on who was illegal. This is how you get 5,000 arrests in 3 days. This is how you get 600,000 arrests in 2025. 680,000 deportees in 2025. 80% of them can be convinced that they are criminal. How and why? Because we had a list of individuals who had a deportation order and who had been convicted of crimes. So we went from state to state with a list and we knocked on the door. Knock, 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 Minnesota. Knock, 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 Minnesota. We here because Somalians stole $19 billion. Give me access to your Medi-Cal files. Give me access to your prisons. My Doge team is going to tell me who is in your prison who is illegal and needs to be deported. My Doge team is going to tell me who is receiving Medicaid, who is receiving Social Security, who is receiving unemployment, who is not a citizen. Once I get that list of names, it's going to have their address. I can quickly get these people out of Minnesota within a week. I'll be gone in a week. They did it in New Orleans. They did it in North Carolina. They did it in Memphis, Tennessee. The problem in Minnesota, I'm telling all the single mothers, the head of households right now, not you fucking wussy-ass trolls. I'm telling the single mothers that had households right now, what happened in Minnesota, why Renee Good lost her life, why Alex Pretty lost his life, is because when Trump and Tom Homan, who worked for 6 presidents, Tom Homan, who worked for 6 presidents, going back to Obama and Reagan, who got an award from Obama for deporting people without getting people hurt. He's successful at his job. When Tom Homan got to Minnesota, see, Tom Homan been in his job longer than Tim Walz been motherfucking governor. When Tom Homan got to Minnesota, it said knock, knock, knock. Minnesota said no. But you got to understand how complicated this gets. For all of the single parents, for all of the head of households, Minnesota, Tim Walz and Jacob Fry didn't just say, no, we won't honor these warrants. We won't work with the federal government. They went as far as to tell state and local law enforcement, stand down. Stand down. Do not assist federal government. Do not stop citizens from protesting and blocking the streets. Jacob Fry, Tim Walz not only said, Tom Homan, we're not going to help you. We're not going to give you the list. We're not going to give you access. Remember Keith Ellison said this is about data and access. I said, yes, motherfucker. You stupid Keith Ellison. It's about data. We did the same thing in every state, dummy. Tim Walz and Jacob Fry said no, but that's not all they did. They didn't just say no to Tom Homan. They then got on fucking TV and said, we don't want ICE. We told the chief of police to stand down. Sheriff, stand. So not only did you tell Tom Homan no, you created the motherfucking energy. You created the negative energy by going public because you want to create votes. And you want to distract from the Somalian fraud because Jacob Fry had to speak to the Somalian fraud every fucking day. So to change the narrative, Jacob Fry and Tim Walz went to the airwaves and said, we don't want ICE here. And no one was supposed to know ICE was there. Remember when the LA mayor did the same fucking thing? Tom Homan secretly met with the LA mayor. Hey, we're going to do a raid. I have a couple people I want to arrest in Los Angeles. I'm just giving you a heads up. What did the fucking LA mayor do? She went on fucking news and warned all of the fucking illegal criminals. Next thing you fucking know, it's a fucking shitstorm in LA. And Tom Homan and Homeland Security is like, what the fuck just happened? We just told this bitch in secret. I'm going to do a secret raid on Friday. This bitch went on TV. Did y'all know that about Los Angeles ICE raid and ICE protests? Tom Homan went there on Wednesday, told Karen Bass, we're going to do a raid on Friday. We already got the address. They're connected to cartels. They're using these illegal storefronts in downtown LA to sell counterfeit Louis Vuitton purses, and they're funding cartels and Chinese communists. But everybody knows about buying fake shit in LA. We all go to LA, go to Disneyland, you can get a fake Louis Vuitton purse. We knew about that. We knew about fake Louis Vuitton purses in LA. Tom Homan said, well, those shops who sell those fake Louis Vuitton purses we buy on vacation, they fund cartels. They fund terrorists. So we're going to shut down the counterfeit shops. This happened under Obama. Remember Barack Obama arrested some Asian lady? She had $1 million worth of fake Gucci and Poochie. They showed it on the news. This was a Democrat. He arrested a lady downtown LA. She had all those rainbow Louis Vuitton. That's when we learned that the fake Louis is not really fake. The reason it looks so nice is it's made in the same factory. The Chinese were the ones bootlegging. So Louis Vuitton gets a contract in China. They make their purses from 8 to 5. Guess what the Chinese do? After the Louis Vuitton people go home, the Chinese would turn back on the machines from 5 to 9. And at nighttime, they make counterfeits in the same factory with the same everything. Did you guys fucking know that? The counterfeits are made in the same factory with the same everything. So Tom Homan said, we're going to LA. We're going to arrest these people because they're funding communists, they're funding terrorists. Karen Bass got on the news and made an announcement and caused a fucking riot. People died and fighted in LA. So we go to Minnesota. We knock on the door. We say, hey, Tom Holman, Jacob Fry, you guys have $19 billion worth of fraud. Somalians are moving hundreds of millions of dollars through the airport. They're funneling money to a terrorist Islamic group in Somalia, Al-Shabaab. Y'all put it in the chat because I get the name wrong sometime. Am I saying it right? What's the terrorist Islamic group in Somalia that's being funded by the fraud? So it behooves the federal government to be in Minnesota, you guys. We have a fucking legitimate fucking reason, bro. $19 billion fucking dollars. We did big favors for Somalia. Come to find out, the money is funding a fucking Islamic terrorist supremacist group in Somalia. Surprise, surprise. So it makes sense for us to be there. What didn't make sense, what made no sense, is when the Minnesota leadership refused to work with the federal government to help us clean up the fraud. That didn't make any sense. Now think about it. If you're a leader and you're listening to this and you're saying to yourself, fuck, they had good cause to go to Minnesota. The Democratic leadership had no cause to tell the federal government no. If anybody should have been opening up their books and working with the federal government, it should have been Minnesota. But doesn't it make sense that they were the ones trying to hide everything and saying no because they knew they were guilty of the fraud? Why would Tim Walz not be one opening up his books and trying to stop the fraud because Tim Walz is implicated in the fraud? They couldn't open up their books because it would tell everybody what the Democrats were doing. The Democrats were funneling Biden money. Listen, the Democrats were funneling Biden COVID-era dollars into communities that they knew would send the money back into the DNC and create this circular money laundering that would empower the Democrats. And it worked so well that Tim Walz got the fucking vice presidential nomination. You guys don't understand the depth of what happened in Minnesota. Biden-era money. They created a scheme to get billions of Biden-era money into a specific community that would benefit them. It worked so well, they rewarded Tim Walz. Do you fucking hear me? It worked so well, they rewarded Tim Walz. It worked so well, if Kamala and Tim would have won, they would have kept the hustle going. Are you guys listening? It worked so well that they rewarded Tim Walz and they planned to implement it nationwide and keep the motherfucking hustle going. Do you fucking hear me? You don't even know why they picked Tim Walz. We all wondered he was a fucking feckless fool. It was about the hustle, the Democratic hustle. It was about the Democratic hustle. Tim Walz was their fucking boy. All conservatives was wondering, where did Tim Walz come from? It was, and you know, just like with the Epstein files and the sex, they tried to distract us with the tampons. Tampon Tim. LGBTQ, it wasn't about fucking, why don't get distracted with that shit. It was never about tampons. It was never about LGBTQ. They wanted you to be in your feelings. It was always about the fraud and the theft.
Why do you think the Democrats did this? I mean, it was not just bad for the country to have completely open borders. I mean, even the liberals understand that now. It was also bad politically. Why?
I get asked that all the time. I don't understand. You know, I worked for 6 presidents starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I worked for, even Clinton, Obama, took some steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have strong national security if you don't have border security. No one did it better than President Trump. Like him or love him, most successful when it comes to border security and the safety of this nation. No one's done it better. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of this nation that came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. There wasn't an accident. It wasn't.
Why?
I don't really know. The only thing I can guess is they saw a future political benefit from letting millions of people in the United States, whether they thought they were future Democratic voters. But remember, when he signed 90 executive orders destroying everything we did, he also overturned the Trump census rule, which means millions of people released in sanctuary cities will be counted in the next census. What's that mean? More seats in the House for the Dems. There's no other reason, because I asked every Democrat I ever talked to, what's the downside in a secure border? What's the downside in less illegal drugs killing Americans? What's the downside in less sex trafficking of women and children? What's the downside in less terrorists coming across the country? What's the downside? They can't give you a downside. So they must have saw a future political benefit.
What's the downside? What's the downside? That's what moms are wondering. That's what my whole soliloquy was about. That's why I stopped the podcast, because mothers are wondering, what's the downside? We don't want people not to come here. Moms, everyday people, not Democrat, not Republican, are wondering listen to Tom Homan. He asked some legitimate questions. Bill Maher is a Democrat. Bill Maher is a Democrat and a liberal. He wants to know why Biden did it too. So it's not just me. The Democrats and the liberals want to know why Biden did it also. It's not just me.
Why do you think the Democrats did this? I mean, it was not just bad for the country to have completely open borders. I mean, even the liberals understand that now. It was also bad politically.
Do they know that? Do they? And he is admitting it's bad politically. I'm telling you, it's a red wave. It's a red wave, you guys.
To have completely open borders. I mean, even the liberals understand that now. It was also bad politically. Why? I get asked that all the time. I don't understand. I worked for 6 presidents starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I worked for, even Clinton, Obama, took some steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have strong national security if you don't have border security. No one did it better than President Trump. Like him or love him, most successful when it comes to border security and the safety of this nation. No one's done it better. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of this nation that came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. There wasn't an accident. It wasn't. Why?
I don't really know. The only thing I can guess is they saw a future political benefit from letting millions of people in the United States, whether they thought they were future Democratic voters. But remember, when he signed 90 executive orders destroying everything we did, he also overturned the Trump census rule, which means millions of people released in sanctuary cities will be counted in the next census. What's that mean? More seats in the House for the Dems. There's no other reason, because I asked every Democrat ever.
More seats in the House for the Dems. More seats. And what's happening in Virginia? What's happening in Virginia right now with that new governor supported by Barack Obama? Y'all know her name.
Census. What's that mean? More seats in the House for the Dems.
More seats in the House for the Dems. More seats in the House for the Dems.
Overturned the Trump census rule, which means millions of people released in sanctuary cities will be counted in the next census. What's that mean? More seats in the House for the Dems. There's no other reason, because I asked every Democrat I ever talked to, what's the downside in a secure border? What's the downside in less illegal drugs killing Americans? What's the downside in less sex trafficking of women and children? What's the downside in less terrorists coming across the country? What's the downside? They can't give you a downside. So they must have saw a future political benefit.
I love Tom Homan. I love Tom Homan. I love Tom Homan. It was about using them to get more seats. It was about using them to get more Democratic seats. Straight up. It was about using them to get more Democratic seats. Ain't it powerful, y'all? Ain't it powerful, y'all? Double tap, hit the like button. Ain't it powerful, y'all? Big favor, everybody watching right now, hit the like button, man. Big favor right now, everybody watching, hit the like button, man. Netanyahu met with Trump in D.C. amid Iran nuclear talks. Double tap geopolitics. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived in Washington on February 10, 2026 for discussions with President Trump focused on U.S. negotiations with Iran over its nuclear program in Gaza and Middle East security. Before the White House, he met privately at Blair House with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to review recent U.S.-Iran talks where Trump seeks a deal but stresses Iran past dishonesty. Netanyahu wants any agreement to cover Tehran's missiles and support for groups like Hamas. The visit, his sixth since Trump's 2025 return, unfolded under extraordinary security, and amid an ICC arrest warrant that did not hinder his travel. Just giving you an update. American President Netanyahu, who is wanted for war criminal, has arrived in Washington, D.C. to meet his best. Man, they going in. Why are you talking so bad about Netanyahu and President Trump? Boy, that was me. Video of Bibi arriving at the White House for meetings and peace talks. 6 times that he's been there. How many times did he ever meet with Biden? Did Biden ever try to get peace? Did Biden ever try to get peace in the Middle East with both of those conflicts? No, he didn't. This is what we reporting today. How's everybody doing, man? This is what we reporting today, man. Let's open it up for discussion, man. Let's open it up for discussion. I'll open it up for discussion for you guys. Anybody want to ask any questions, go ahead and hit the super chat, hit the Cash App. Let me put my Cash App in the chat right now. $ Big D Rants. Support the channel, become a member, hit the Cash App, hit the super chat. We opening it up right now for discussion. Let's open it up for final discussion. Anybody have any questions, any concerns, hit the super chat. Let me see some gifts. Let me see some support. Let me see some support. Let me see some love and unity and peace and respect in the chat. Double tap hit the like button. We're going to open it up for questions and comments right now. Anybody got anything that they want to ask or share? We opening it up right now. Anybody got anything they want to ask or share? We opening it up right now. Come on in, double tap, Perfect Timing Podcast with the Blast. We just had a fire show. We opening up the show for commentary right now. Anybody got some commentary questions? Put it in the super chat, put it in the Cash App. Anybody got any commentary questions? Hit the like button. Anybody want to come up on the panel, have a discussion? I'll be seeing a lot of people saying, I want to debate you. I want to do this. I want to do that. This is your chance right now. Anybody want to have a discussion, want to have a debate? Anybody got something to say? America has been destroyed by fraud scams. I agree with that. The evil hand of politicians, that's Shelley Gordon, the government and their enslaved workers. Shout out to Shelley Gordon. Trump has the same open border policy as Biden. Trump never built a wall just like Biden. Shelley Gordon is a piece of shit. Bye, Shelley. Anybody else got something to share worth sharing? And don't be a piece of shit and don't be a sneaky pussy. Just go out and say what the fuck you want to say. and don't be a fucking pussy. Just say it. PM Netanyahu is a good man. Don't accuse him falsely. Satan is the accuser. Don't be like Satan. I respect that, Judy. I respect that, Judy. Shout out to you. Peace to the Middle East. Shout out to Trump. Bibi Netanyahu has visited Trump 6 times. Never did Biden hold any type of peace talks. Never did Biden meet with Putin or Bibi concerning any type of resolution to any of these conflicts that we dealing with. So I just celebrate and I'm thankful that we have Trump and we're discussing peace. He said he ended 8 wars. We have a peace plan in Gaza. We have trilateral talks in Russia and the Ukraine. Both of these peace agreements, America's going to benefit. I don't know why liberals keep talking shit about American companies. Yes, American companies are going to make money in Venezuela. I'm happy about that. I'm American. Yes, American companies are going to make money in the Ukraine. I'm happy about that. I'm American. Yes, American companies are going to make money in Gaza. I'm happy about that. I'm America. And I'm happy that my president is putting America's interests first and not Macron in France and not Denmark and not Europe and not Austria and not Germany. Because Austria, Germany, and France interests do not align with American interests. So we say on our channel, fuck NATO, fuck France, and fuck Austria, Germany, Denmark, and the motherfuckers. But we also say we understand. I totally get why Germany is rebuilding its army, why Austria is gearing up with new army, why France and Europe and Denmark and the EU part of NATO is concerned with Russia proliferation. But I don't give a fuck. As Americans, as America first, now that we got Greenland, now that we got Venezuela, I say, France, handle your candle. Yeah, I understand why France would be concerned because Russia is in France's backyard. Russia is not in my backyard, Macron. I don't give a fuck as much as you give a fuck or as much as you should give a fuck. I am not ignorant, Macron. America is on top of this shit. We get it, Macron. We just said we no longer are being your big brother because you don't know how to be a good friend. France, you don't know how to be a friend. Denmark, NATO, you don't know how to be a fucking friend. Austria, Germany, you don't know how to be a good fucking friend. You talk shit behind our back. So you handle your own candle. And don't think we don't understand why you are concerned about Putin benefiting and getting, what is it, the Donbass region. I get it, France. Americans understand why you don't want Putin to go and get more power and reach. We get it. We don't give a fuck anymore. And it's your fault. It's like I said about women don't give a fuck about the liberal bullshit anymore. They don't give a fuck. They played out with the Democratic bullshit. I am telling you, Americans are spent. Macron, you fuck with Candace Owens. Denmark, y'all talk shit over Greenland. Americans are spent over this NATO bullshit. You understand? And it's not because we're racist and we don't understand that France should be concerned. No, France, you should be fucking concerned because you're a piece of shit. France, you should be concerned. You should be worried. America doesn't have to worry about Russia. Do y'all know in our peace agreement, we're going to trade with Russia again. Russia's going to be in the G8. We're going to take off the restrictions on Russia. Russia will no longer be the boogeyman. That's why we're going to get a peace agreement. That's why we're going to get a peace agreement. And NATO is pissed. NATO is fucking pissed that Trump and Jared Kushner is floating the idea that Russia gets to be a player in the globe again, that Russia gets to trade with America, right? That Russia gets to be part of the G8. Fucking NATO is pissed. And we understand why. But you know what? It benefits America to put Russia back in the G8. It benefits America economy to trade with Russia because Russia needs us. And we want that money, 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 money. Yeah, motherfucker. Macron, Europeans, you think we don't get it? We get it. We get why you don't like Russia, but it's not the same reason for us. And that's why we didn't vote for Biden. That's why we didn't vote for Biden, because Biden tried to misalign American interests with the Paris Climate Accords, with NATO, with $300 billion to the Ukraine. See, we wasn't fucking with Biden. We wasn't fucking with Kamala stoking the flames in the Munich Security Council. We want America first, make America great again, make America healthy again. Fuck that bullshit about the Cold War. Let France fight their own fucking wars, right? We just doing our 1-2, man. 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 No, ain't nobody got our back. Thank God for Trump. Thank God for Trump. Man, I love you guys, man. I just had to open it up at the end for comments, and you guys didn't fail me. You guys did great. That was some great commentary. Oh, I thank you so much, you guys, for watching and subscribing. Big favor. Everybody watching right now, hit the like button. I want to say thank you. I love you. God bless everybody watching right now. God bless the president. God bless America. God bless Charlie Kirk in the memory of Charlie Kirk. Prayer covering over all of you. I want to say thank you for watching, subscribing. Anybody that became a member, thank you for subscribing. Our problem, our solution. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. You know, I've been working on my weight. You said, thank you, big homie. I work out every day, but I know I'm a big motherfucker, though. Got this big welfare green bell pepper nose, you know. Why your mama make you that big welfare green bell pepper burger? Why your mama make you that big welfare green bell pepper burger? Because you got that big welfare green bell pepper nose. Got that. That's why I put these spectacles on, man. Got that big welfare, and then I got the ears. But people show so much love, man. People show so much love. I just love you guys so much. We talked about the jobs report. We added $130,000. We added 130,000 jobs. We talked about the jobs report. We talked about the Epstein files. We talked about champion of coal. Man, we had a fire show today, man. You're coming in late, but I love you. Thank you for joining. Tom Holman, we talked about ice. Ice, ice, baby. Too cold, it's like ice, ice, baby. Just go back home. You know what I'm saying? You know, yeah, we talked about it all, man. We talked about it all today, man. We talked about it all today, man. Somebody said, you are a handsome dude. Thank you. My wife is really going to appreciate that. You know, I rub it in all the time. I give her a hard time all the time. I give her a hard time all the time. I tell her, baby, I'm a YouTuber. Baby, I'm a YouTuber. I tease her all the time. Baby, I'm a YouTuber. I got some new Funko Pops. This is Splinter. He came out of the soda can. Y'all know about the Funko Pop soda cans. I got some new Funko Pops. I got a new Hulk Hogan. I think I'm going to order a new neon light. What y'all think? Should I do a new neon light? I'm thinking about ordering a new neon light, a Perfect Timing Podcast neon light. Oh, yeah, economic growth, 4%, beating everything. I was looking for my video. I already closed it down, but yeah, I did the jobs growth. GDP is up. Unemployment is down to 4.3%. Inflation is down from, you know, they estimated the Trump tariffs would make inflation skyrocket, but instead inflation came in at 2.7. So it makes sense, man. It makes sense. everything that we seeing. You know, if you know all of the metrics, then it makes sense. GDP is rising. I just read to you about $1 trillion investment into coal. You know what I'm saying? $1 trillion investment into coal. That's helping with jobs. You know, 130,000 new jobs. It's just, we got all type of, you know, people are, here we go, more. And then we talked about I even played video about the deficit going down. So not just the job report, you know, but the deficit, unemployment down. So yeah, man, it was All You Do Is Win Wednesday. So we celebrated a lot of wins. We celebrated a lot of wins today. And it was a good day. So everybody watching, hit the like button, double tap. Support the channel with a super chat, with a cash app. When you subscribe, hit the plus sign, become a member. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Top of the mid-morning podcast from an OG perspective. Today is All We Do Is Win Wednesday. I got some chicken wings doing a dry brine in the kitchen. I first, check this out. First, I did a wet brine overnight. Now I got them sitting in a dry brine. And so I watched the special about the best wings, the best buffalo wings in New York, and he did a dry brine. The reason I did a wet brine to begin with is because they were frozen solid, like freezer meat. So I did a wet brine to defrost them. Once they got defrosted, I dried them out, cut them up, took the tips off so I could make some stock for some top ramen or some pho. We eat a lot of pho or pho. What do y'all call it in the chat? Do you say pho or pho? So I cut the little tips off. They were some whole chicken wings. Winco has some whole chicken wings on sale for Super Bowl, like a whole pack for $4. I should have got more than one, but I didn't have the money like that. So I got one pack, whole wings. It's about 20 whole wings. This pack should have been $25. It was $4. I busted it in half last night. Then I busted them down. So we having some wings, homemade Wing Wednesday. So I got them in a dry brine, took the tips off. I'm going to tell you too when I make my pho. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area, so I make pho and I make ramen. I don't know. I know a lot of people like oodles and noodles and top ramen and shit. But if you from the Bay Area and you be eating oodles and top ramen and shit, man, I'm ashamed of you, bro. You not really Bay Area if you eat that bullshit. So I don't eat top ramen and oodles and noodles and shit, but I do eat ramen, right? I do eat different type, and they got Japanese restaurants in the Bay Area. That's why I'm talking shit about people who eat the bullshit. And if you grew up in Northern California in the Bay Area, or if you live in a community with a lot of Pacific Islanders or Asians, like, just go to the Asian supermarket. We got what's it out here, y'all? S&P Seafood Market. You know what I'm saying? We got different Asian supermarkets. So you go to the Asian supermarket, and then people know about the Asian supermarket because TikTok got everybody buying them ice creams. And you can only buy them ice creams at the Asian supermarket. When you go buy that peach ice cream at the Asian supermarket, do you know what you could buy? In the refrigerator section, you could buy ramen noodles, freshly made, like going to a Mexican meat market. Like in California, I don't buy Taco Bell. I go to a Mexican meat market and the mom makes tortillas. I can go to a tortilla-rilla, a place that specializes in making tortillas, a pupuseria, a place that specializes in making pupusas. You know what I'm saying? Like, and my mother, rest in peace to my mom. I miss my mom so much. She got me on pupusas. in San Francisco. I worked in South San Francisco. They had this bomb-ass pupuseria, but she got me on pupusas. But I would go to a Mexican meat market if I wanted some Mexican food. And if I want to make ramen or pho, I just go to the Asian market and I get the real noodles. I get the real noodles that they use. I don't buy top ramen. I just like my wife was Sicilian. We don't just get any type of pasta. She go get the pasta from the Italian delicatessen. Everybody talk about Irvine. On TikTok and YouTube, the trend is to go to Irvine. It's like the most expensive supermarket in America. Yeah, man, fuck Irvine. Go to an Italian delicatessen. Fuck Irvine. Go to in Napa, in San Francisco, in the suburbs of Oakland, in Napa, in San Francisco, in Northern California. You know, remember I told you about Villegas Market? Go to an Italian delicatessen and buy your groceries and see what's you fucking with Irvine. But that's what my wife would go to buy. The butcher, she would go to the butcher at the Italian delicatessen and get her pasta from there, fresh pasta, freshly made pasta, right? So when I make ramen, I cut the tips off the chicken wings. I saved them. I'm gonna make my own. I'm a chef, if you didn't know. I'm gonna make my own stock from the chicken tips. So I'm gonna make my own stock, and that's how you make bomb ramen or bomb pho or pho. What you call it, pho or pho? I love pho. I mean, we in Northern California. I love pho. So I'll make the stock from the chicken bones, and then I'll go get the real handmade ramen noodles from the Japanese supermarket. Ooh, man, you ain't never had no ramen like this. You gotta go to a restaurant, and they still might give you some prepackaged shit. Man, I'm getting fresh ramen. I make it at home. I make my own broth. Ooh, you ain't never had no ramen like this, boy. But I'm not gatekeeping. I just gave y'all the sauce. I'm not gatekeeping. I just gave y'all the sauce. How to make the best ramen. You got to make your broth from scratch, and you got to go get the ramen from the people. Just like going to the Mexican meat market, you got to go get the ramen noodles from the people. Make it fresh. I know you looking at me right now. You like, how the fuck does he know this? Man, I'm from the Bay Area, man. I'm hyphy, man. I'm from the Bay Area, man. We tapped in with the Asian community, with the Latino community, man. I grew up going to the Asian supermarket, man. I grew up going to the Mexican meat market, man. So I don't know about y'all. That's how we grew up in the Bay Area. I love America. America's a melting pot. So when you hear me with my conservative principles, it's not that I don't love immigrants and I don't understand the necessity for immigration. It's just like Barack Obama said, we appreciate you, but you got to come in here the right way and legally. That's what Barack Obama said, but people forget because they hate the orange man. Even Tom Homan just said, under every president, we knew we had to have a strong border. Every day we say Obama deported more people, gave Tom Homan an award. Barack Obama's a Democrat. Barack Obama loves immigrants. I could love immigrants and still want a strong border. Barack Obama loved immigrants and still wanted a strong border. You can do both at the same time. Right now, they're lying to you as if you can't do both at the same time. Barack Obama was a Democrat, a liberal, and he loved immigrants, but also wanted a strong border at the same time. Did you know you could do both? I know a lot of people watching me are saying, you know what? Thank you for saying that, because I don't hate immigrants. I love immigrants. I love the ideals of America and that immigrants come here and create great lives. But you can love the immigrant story and still want a strong border. There's nothing wrong with that. They don't clash. They are not in competition with each other. Barack Obama taught us that. Wakanda, the king of Wakanda, your black mama, Wakanda, but Obama, he taught us that. They're not in conflict with each other. You can love and respect the immigrant story and still want a strong border. Double tap at the like button. I love you guys so much. I got to go. Time to go cook this chicken and spend some time with my family. Somebody said I have a question. What is the question, man? What is the question? Friendly hackers, what is the question? Friendly hacker said I have a question. What is the question? What is the question, brother? Do you have a question? Or are you going to get blocked? How long we going to give him before we block his ass? Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. When we get to 1, we're going to block his ass. 10. Border security is good, but, oh, man, I want to block your ass. 7, 6, 5, 4. When we get down to 1, we're going to block his ass. He still hasn't asked a question. 10, 9, 8, 6, 7, 5, 4, 3. If immigration policy is that tough, he still hasn't. We're going to get down to 1. If we get down to 1, we're going to block his ass. 10, 9, 8, 6, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. I still don't see a question. If we get down to 1, we're going, how will skilled people come to the country? Did y'all know that Trump just raised the HB1 visa to $100,000? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that Trump raised the visa to HB1? Let me see if I could get. I be having so much news. I be having so much news. Sometimes I don't get to everything that I want to share with you. Did you guys know that Trump changed the HB1 visa to $100,000? I don't even know if y'all knew this, man. Y'all trying to get extra innings out. This is overtime, y'all. I need a fucking super chat. I need a fucking cash app. God damn it. This is overtime, you motherfuckers. This is overtime, motherfuckers. Donate. You broke motherfuckers, donate. Asking questions and shit. Breaking major Trump win in court. A federal judge has just upheld President Trump's $100,000 fee for HB1 visa applications. Huge win for American workers. Double tap, hit the like button.
The next thing that you're signing, but for the H-1B visa action that you're doing
It's going to
today,
be next. We'll talk about that.
you're very close to the technology
Yeah.
CEOs. Are they concerned about that?
I think they're going to be very happy. Everyone's going to be happy. And we're going to be able to keep people in our country that are going to be very productive people. And in many cases, these companies are going to pay a lot of money for that. And they're very happy about it. Okay, we'll talk about that next, Sarah. Okay. My friend, why don't you keep that, okay?
Thank you.
That's such a good job. Okay. It's phase 1. John, are you happy? Pitch. Okay, let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most abused visa systems in our current immigration system has been the H-1B non-immigrant visa program. This is supposed to allow highly skilled laborers who work in fields that Americans don't work in to come into the United States of America. What this proclamation will do is raise the fee that companies pay to sponsor H-1B applicants to $100,000. This will ensure that the people they're bringing in are actually very highly skilled and that they're not replaceable by American workers. So it'll protect American workers, but ensure that companies have a pathway to hire truly extraordinary people and bring them to the United States
We
to
need
work.
workers. We need workers. We need great workers. And this pretty much ensures that that's what's going to happen. I think, Sean, do you agree with that?
Well, they're $100,000 per year. So the whole idea is no more will these big tech companies or other big companies train foreign workers They have to pay the government $100,000. Then they have to pay the employee. So it's just not economic. If you're going to train somebody, you're going to train one of the recent graduates from one of the great universities across our land. Train Americans, stop bringing in people to take our jobs. That's the policy here. $100,000 a year for H-1B visas, and all of the big companies are on board. We've spoken to them about the gold card.
They love it. They love it.
100,000 a year. Shout out to Ocho 8535. You know I'm dyslexic. I almost transposed. Did I say that right? Ocho 8535. My eyes is hurting. I've been doing this too long. I'm damn near transposed. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Shout out to you. Double tap, hit the like button, man. That was a good question. That was a good question. That was a good question. Thank you, everybody. That was a good question to end the show off with. Anybody got anything else? Anybody got anything else before we go? Anybody got anything else? Why my wife hasn't called me yet? Is my phone dead? Why my wife hasn't called me yet? I wanted to par fry the chicken. In the recipe, they fried the chicken and they let it get cold. I didn't get a chance to do that. Where my baby at? Is there a football game or something today? She didn't tell me. Okay, I love you guys. See you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Hit the notification bell when you subscribe. Why did you try to block me, man? That was not cool. That's if you haven't noticed, I'm a blocking motherfucker. I'm a blocky. I'll put your bitch ass on timeout right now. I'll put your bitch ass on timeout right now. I don't give a fuck. Fuck with me in the chat, you getting blocked. Tell everybody, tell your mama. I tell your mama. I tell your friend. I block your ass if you fuck with me again. Go tell your mama. Go tell your friend. I block your ass if you fuck with me again. Go tell your mama. Go tell your friend. I block your ass if you fuck with me again. That's my middle name. That's my pleasure. That's my middle name. That's my pleasure. Yeah, I hope they die, and I hope they burn in hell. What'd he say? Yeah, I hope they die, and I hope they burn in hell. That's how I feel. Yeah, I hope they die, and I hope they burn in hell. Give me a Samuel Adams. Give me a Samuel Jackson on the rocks. Give me a Samuel Jackson on the rocks. You need to unblock them glasses and try the size of your head, dog. You mad at the Ferragamos. You mad at the Ferragamos. These are Ferragamo. Sergio Ferragamo. You know, I know you like him. And I seen T.I. I seen a lot of people. I had mine first. This is the style for 2026. So, and you know what? Only thing I'm mad about is I didn't get the transitional lenses. My dad would have rose lenses, rest in peace, Big Den. But that's the only thing I'm gonna go back and get me some rose lenses to match these. Because I need the rose lenses, transitional rose lenses. But these are my Sergio Ferragamos, man. These are my Sergio Ferragamos. And These are my new ones. These are my old. This is my old pair. That's my new pair. So I had to. This is the popular lens. Y'all know about this style. This is more of the Cartier lens. These are Ferragamo also. These got the turtle shell. These are more like the E40. These are more like the E40 Cartier lens. Just make my ears stick out. God damn. I gotta be honest, I like the bigger lenses because the bigger lens, like my brother said, the big lenses, like I got the welfare green bell pepper nose, all this shit. So these are the old. I can't see with these though. I'm blind as a best. I'm blind as a bat. I can't see with these, so I had to go back. The new ones is bifocals. These ain't bifocals. These is bifocals. These is bifocals. Because I'm blind. You blind. You can't see. You need to wear sunglasses like DMC. So I had to go back. Because you might say, those are nice glasses. Why do you have two pairs? Because these is like 500. These were like 700. And I got new glasses because I couldn't see in the old ones. So I went back in. My optometrist, ophthalmologist, he laughed at me. He said, you're Gen X. Gen X hates bifocals. He just had a laugh because I'm this big, cool black guy, right? And I'm doing that test and I can't see. And he's like, you're going to need bifocals. And I said, bifocals? He just started rolling. I mean, I think I made his day. I made his day. This big black guy, and I'm looking sad in the chair like a puppy dog. And that shit just made him laugh. Like, bro, come on, yo, big, strong ass. You gonna be sad. You gonna be in here depressed about some fucking that shit. Then I couldn't be sad no more because he just was tickled pink he said, you fucking Gen X. Y'all just can't, man. I say bifocals and you start getting sad. He laughed in my face. He laughed in my a loud tummy laugh. He laughed in my face because I was sad about getting bifocals. It was a good day. It was a good day, but that's why I got the new glasses because I couldn't see. And he said, we can call them different. There's a different name. You don't have to call them bifocals. Because I'm like, he said, you guys associate, because when you were a kid, people used to tease you for having bifocals. So Gen X has this fucking issue. No one else has it. So he's telling me, like, you guys are the only ones who have this issue. Because you guys as a kid picked on people, but no one else cares. But Gen X, you have an issue with bifocals and glasses. So that shit was hilarious. That shit was hilarious. But I gotta go. I'm starving. I gotta go. And I'm wondering why my wife hasn't called me yet. Really. I'm gonna call her. Y'all wanna call her? Let's pray. Everything is okay. God bless. Are y'all here? Where my wife at? We're gonna get a call-in number too.
Hey, baby, you still alive?
I'm gonna kick your ass. Y'all hear this shit?
I was just in your chat, and then, oh my God.
Hey, baby. Hey, man, you still alive? Bitch, you know I'm live. What are you talking about? But where the fuck are you at?
Hey, Daddy.
Where are
Picking
you?
up these kids that have not came out to their school yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll just make sure.
Wing Wednesday.
Wing Wednesday. All we do is Wing Wednesday. So I was just wondering where you was because I haven't heard from you.
Oh, but I was in the chat. For some reason, it won't let me send a super chat. It says unable to send. And there's two. I don't know what is wrong with my account.
Oh, man. Hopefully I didn't get in trouble. You know, people hate me.
No, you didn't, because I seen someone else in the super chat, but for some reason it wouldn't let me send it ever since earlier.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's my account.
She's picking up the kids from school, my daughter and my son.
Yes.
All right.
They're coming out now. I see them behind the gate, so it should just be a few more minutes.
Kid Perfect and Little Miss Perfect. And this is Mrs. Perfect on the phone. Mrs. Perfect, she's picking up Kid Perfect and Little Miss Perfect. I'll see you in a minute. I love you.
Love you too, baby. See you in a minute.
All right, bye.
Bye.
She up to no good. Nah, I'm fucking. Oh man, I'll tell you, boy, women ain't shit, boy. And she a Gemini. My wife a Gemini. Gemini lied. You know, rest in peace to my mother. My mother said, like, Geminis lie like they breathe. You know what I'm saying? Like, you breathe, you don't realize you breathing. That's how a Gemini lie. You know what I'm saying? Geminis lie like they breathe. And she's a lying motherfucker, boy. I think all women is some lying, low down, deceitful, dog ass motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Women ain't shit. But a Gemini, even what did Doja Cat say? Never trust a big booty in a Gemini. She was not lying. She was not lying. She was not lying. Never trust a big booty in a Gemini. Because my wife is a Gemini and she got a big booty. They be lying, man. They be lying, man. But, you know, that's what it is, man. That's what it is, man. The truth is told here. That's what I do. But I'm not a woman. I didn't block you, friend. I put you on timeout to remind you it's my house. Whose house? Say what? Run's house. I'm in the house, y'all. I'm in the house, y'all. I'm in the house. I'm in the house. I'm in the house, y'all. Whose house? When I say whose house, y'all say Perfect's house. Whose house? Just to remind you whose house it is, baby. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. That was for you, friendly. That was for you, friendly hackers. Clip that up, you guys. Clip that up. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. Clip that up. He blocked me. Yes, they deserve to be blocked. Perfect's house. Whose house? Say what? I saw Run DMC live at the Oakland Coliseum. Houdini was there. Grandmaster Flash. Funky beat. Funky beat. Funky beat. Funky beat. Funky beat. Houdini was there. Grandmaster Flash. Hurricane G, LL Cool J is the Superfest. I saw Tone Loc live, but Funky Cone Medina. I saw Tone Loc live, Delicious Vinyl, when they first came out, because I'm from California. I saw Tone Loc with Young MC. Young people forget Young MC was the #1 rapper, and Young MC was one of the first rappers to be the #1 overall musical artist. First met Party. This is naughty. Naughty. What was the song? What was Young MC's song? Just bust a move. If you want it, think you got it. If you want, all you gotta do is bust a move. Young MC, man. He was not only the #1 rapper, he was the #1 musical artist. That was like the first time that happened. First, Tone Loc had the #1. Tone Loc, it was Delicious Vinyl. Tone Loc was the first rapper who was not just #1. He was #1 overall, everybody. And then Young MC came and did the same thing. Then Young MC came and did the same thing. Oh, Hammer. But I think Delicious Vinyl was Delicious Vinyl before Hammer? It was all around the same time when hip hop was taking over music. This is when it shifted. This is when music became hip hop. Hip hop first couldn't get on the radio, couldn't get a video, and then it was all hip hop. And it was that funky Cole Medina, Tone Loc, and Young MC and MC Hammer took over hip hop, took over music, should I say, took over the MTV Awards, took over TRL. It never went back either. You know, it never went back. We snagged the culture. Snagged the culture. All right, you guys, tomorrow at 1 p.m. Y'all have a good day.